Hello, 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 my dear friends. For the all VOD watchers, let me just tell you what we're gonna do today. So we have first starting the KungFu Cup. We're starting a little bit late because I was a little bit late. I also couldn't play today because I had something to do at 2 p.m. and it starts at 1 p.m. Today we have KungFu Cup, including, but not, well, never mind. Including Reynor, Hero, Clem, Cure, Classic, Showtime, Solar, the current world champion Oliveira, as well as Maxpax and Firefly. Firefly, who beat TY, by the way. And after that, we'll be casting all GSL games. Lambo and I will be doing that for the past day. So it's yesterday's GSL group when this is live. So today is Wednesday. Yesterday was Tuesday, Group C. So yeah, that's going to be the plan for today pretty much. Now, with that all out of the way, let's see if we can get anything going here. Hello, Angrath. So, Reynor's going to be playing Showtime or Nightmare. Hero versus Clem, that's on NA. I kind of want to see if I can sneak my way into there. Kind of want to know if I can sneak my way into there. They started already. I'm not necessarily opposed for waiting for that. I could also wait until Maxpax finds a game. Also on my friend list, by the way. It's no problem for me. Yes, I have a lot of famous friends. But that is just, you know, here's what it is. The Prince of Denmark and I, yeah, we're tight. We're tight like that. I beat his Terran yesterday as well, the Prince of Denmark. He had no chance. Live chat has been moved. Oh, piss off. I'm outside. Wait, Maxpax is out? Well, in that case, we're not going to be watching any Maxpax here. It's good to know. Where's my phone so dark for the chat? That's annoying. Wait, Maxpax is out? Wait, who did he lose to? Oh, he lost to Firefly. Wow. 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 That's actually kind of high tier. Well, it isn't, but Firefly is making it happen, man. Sorry, this is my PC. My bad. I had to save some stuff before turning everything off. Okay, this pisses off as well. Beautiful. Wayne is also popping off. Is he really? Who did Wayne beat? Wayne beat Spirit and Dark? High tier. Spirit beat Ryung. Wait, so what are we waiting for now then? What are you waiting for? Okay, Clem it is. So once Clem comes out of a game, we're going to be watching this. We'll wait for that. I don't think there's any game that looks more tasty currently than Hero versus Clem. We also have our crosshair on Showtime. So if Showtime wins this, it might be exciting to watch Showtime versus Reynor. For the people that don't know what the bracket is like, I can link it in the chat as well right now. Wait, where's my chat? Here you go. Now would be a good time to insert ads. No, it's not a good time to insert ads. It's a terrible time to insert ads. God, YouTube with the useless suggestions. So stupid. Stream health is excellent. Did you not participate? No, I couldn't. I had something to do at 2. Taylor Swift started selling her concert tickets in Amsterdam, so I was on ticket duty. You're Borap? I don't know who Borap is. Did you misspell board, perhaps? Very cool video yesterday. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, once Clem has won game number 1, we can pop in there. Did you manage to get tickets? Not yet. I think we're rank 11,000 or so, or 8,000 in line currently. Which is not very high, but according to my calculations, it should be good enough. And we already have tickets in Vienna as backup, so... Worst case scenario, we have to go to Austria. We also technically had access to Warsaw, but I think Warsaw you couldn't even properly resell them. So we're like, no shit, we're getting those. Why not stream on Twitch? I don't know. Like, people always ask me why I don't stream on YouTube. Are you casting? Yes. No! Let me ask who... All right. Always, if you ever enter a lobby and you ask where... Can you guys read this? Reynor just came into the lobby. Clem asked, who are the barcodes? Then Reynor responded with your mom, asked Matt, and then left the game, canceling the countdown. That is a very high tier move. This is something you don't want to do, especially because Clem had just lost game number 1. Clem right now is fuming. If Clem loses this game, it's Reynor's fault. You're allowed to flame him as well, by the way, for that. Very mature indeed. Very mature. All right. All right, my friends and family and other creatures of the sea. Welcome to Hero versus Clem, the first series that we will be witnessing today here live. It's your boy Harstem, coming straight from the bottom right corner. And today we have Clem, top right, red Terran player, versus Hero, blue Protoss player. Now, not many people know this, but Hero is considered to be one of the best Protoss players in the world currently. And he has a pretty good chance against Clem, despite Clem being for... Oh my god, Clem's going for an eBay block. Oh, we're place 1000. Let's go. Very nice. All practically there. You're cheering for Hero? Who are we actually cheering for between Hero and... Maybe we should do polls before every match to see what my audience thinks. If you want Hero to win, please type a 1 in the chat. If you want Clem to win, type a 2 in the chat. I'm actually kind of curious now what the support numbers are looking like. Oh, this is a good response as well to an eBay block. 4. Why are we typing 1s and 2s? I thought I just said type the name, no? Did I say numbers? I thought I just said type the name. Oh, I'm an idiot. I can't remember what the numbers represent, but I see a lot of 2s, so... That's cool. I said number? I'm sorry. My bad. I forgot already. Yeah, my short-term memory has been hit. I hit my head a couple of years back against you know, one of these things that sucks up the air from the food. You know, you're cooking something and it smells a little, you know, like smoky because you've burned it. And then there's the thing, the vent that sucks it up. I hit my head real hard against that. Ever since then, I've had, I don't want to say severe brain damage. My short-term memory isn't quite what it used to be. Is it called a range hood? That's a sick name as well. I like that. We need some Protoss wins. Yeah, keep dreaming, brother. The day we get a Protoss win is the day that... Well, it's going to be a good day, that's for sure. Very excited. Look at these cars coming out. 2:31 into the game. The first 2 cars are starting. That is beautiful. You know that? Oh, it's going to be a 3-gate follow-up here out of Hero. Ooh. A 3-gate follow-up. So what's that going to be then, Monsieur Hero? As the French would call him. French people can't pronounce the H. That fun little fact about French people. French people also can't pronounce any English word. Or maybe they can, but they don't do it. Because they're French. Medevac's going to be 4 Hellion drop. I don't actually know what the theory tells me here. But my brain tells me that it's going to be a very weird situation. So there's going to most likely be a tank coming out. Okay, there's a blind bunker. Well, blind bunker. Yeah, that's a... Oh no, he scouted the gateway. That's not a blind bunker. That is a bunker as a response. I think if that bunker is done, this situation will heavily favor Clem, honestly. As long as he can get the bunker up with 2 Marines in before anything hits. Now, these Hellions are going to pop in over here in the natural. There's absolutely nothing to defend except for a static battery. But 3 Hellions can one-shot probes. So that really shouldn't be an issue. Some poor target fire here initially out of Clem. But he's going to follow this up by pushing out a lot of damage. There is just a bunker here. Marine needs to pop into that bunker to increase the DPS. What are you doing? Oh no, Clem is not paying attention to this Marine, but neither is Hero. Does get it into the bunker. Couple of SCVs will end up falling, but there's still 4 Hellions in this medevac as well. And that means that we're going to see a whole lot of probes dying here. A whole lot of probes will end up falling. 17 workers so far, but perhaps even more. Oh, 18. Look at that. What is better than 17 kills? 18. GG gets called. Clem ties up the series with a 2-2 score, and the European menace gives himself another chance of winning the KungFu Cup. Or at least advancing on to the next round. I mean, it's not going to be a win after he wins this series, but, you know, that's exciting. That was exciting. I'm surprised how kind of loose Hero played that game. The 3-gate, it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. But against a player like Clem with the scouting ability that Clem has, I mean, you gotta expect that it ain't working. And then if you have nothing at home to defend the cars, that's definitely an issue. Wardy, see, Wardy doesn't know anything about lobby etiquette. Why would you ask that in a lobby chat rather than messaging a caster in private? I hate when casters do that. This is extremely rude, I feel like. I hate having to tell people what the score is. I always ask casters afterwards. You don't respect players? See? Figured it out. This is Wardy behind the scenes. He doesn't know I'm streaming, and that's why he's letting loose. Doesn't respect players. No, this guy has no passion. He's in it for the money. That's for sure. Wardy has a degree in aero engineering. He could have worked for NASA. But then he looked at the fat paycheck that hosting amateur tournaments for StarCraft 2 had to offer. And then he thought, you know what? My degree can go suck it. I will start hosting amateur tournaments for StarCraft 2. And then slowly but surely he grew into this content creator. But the motives of getting into StarCraft never have changed. It's all about the money for him. I just want all of you to know that. This is typical Wardy. Behind the scenes, this guy is a different beast. Harstem is jealous of our French accent. You're lucky that YouTube doesn't support voice note chat. Because then I wouldn't have been capable of reading that or listening to it. This is really nice about French people, is that they can type just fine, but then when they start speaking, absolutely no clue what you're saying. So we got lucky there. Typical Terran player. Firefly 2 out Maxpax, yeah, also true. Very true. I haven't seen those games, but it happens. I just watched a Grandmaster Hikaru video where he said he loves Iotis. I have no idea. We need a crossover episode. No, you don't need a crossover episode. We need him to enjoy Iotis from a distance, you know? I think that is perfect. You get viewers in high places, but rather than immediately utilizing that, what you do is you start slowly but surely pushing out the narrative that you want. You start telling people, StarCraft is the greatest game ever made. Even better than chess. And at first they'll laugh at you. But after a while, because we've infiltrated so deep, we'll become the puppet master over all these powerful people. Did Kevin play already? I didn't play today. I've explained it before. I was on ticket duty because Taylor Swift tickets were going on sale at 2 p.m. So I had to sit there and click buttons. And thus I didn't want to pause in the middle of my series. So I waited until, I got in line for Taylor Swift tickets, realized that there was too many people in line, and then pissed off again. This is the last time I'm going to explain it. Next time, whenever someone asks why I didn't play, you can tell them this story. Or you just make something up. Something funny, preferably. If you make something up and I don't smile at it, then you just get permabanned. So it does carry some risk. Lying always carries some risk. Lying is fine if it's funny, but if it's not funny, then it's just pathetic. Alright, Reaper's gonna go in here, but it's gonna get met by this Adept. Ooh. Clem almost got a second hit there, as he's just playing a standard Reaper expansion opener. Hero confirmed this just now. I think Hero's going to end up losing this this probe. Look at this. This is like Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where he's being chased by a massive boulder. But rather than a boulder, it's an SCV. And I don't think Indiana Jones is going to escape, if this probe were Indiana Jones. Poof. The Reaper got him in the end. This is a nice move. This is a typical Protoss move as well. Double Adept Shading right now. It's high tier. Let me tell you that. You can stay usually till... Wait, what? Oh, he played double Marine. I was like, wait, the next 2 Marines should be popping out soon. So usually 318 is kind of the limit, because there will be 3 Marines, 1 Hellion, and a Reaper, which technically can take on 2 Adepts if the Terran micros very well, so it's a little bit risky. But because it was a double Marine opener, it's not actually the case here. So it's a little bit uncomfortable. Reaper made his way across the map, but there was a third gate unit as well. Did we get any kills? 1 worker has been killed. Adept didn't get blasted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reaper in a little bit of trouble. No, Reaper is going to survive for now. But so will all the Adepts. Did the Reaper get a scout at least? Yeah, saw the robotics facility and now the prism. Pulled 2 out of gas, so it's going to be... I actually have no clue what this is going to be. But Clem is afraid of it, that's for sure. Clem is pooping his pants right now. And he should. He should be pooping his pants. Second barracks. This is really late for a second barracks, especially for a Clem second barracks. Different people prefer different barracks timings, you know. Clem is someone that the moment he has stim in combat, he feels at home, like a fish in the water, or like a crocodile in the water, or on land, because crocodiles are good in both. Although I do believe that their main power is from being under the water. I think they can swim quite fast. I think the hippopotamus, I think that's what it's called, hippopotamus, is the fat one, right? Or well, the large one. So it's not fat, I don't think. Probably a lot of muscle in there anyway. The hippopotamus is more like a power lifter, if anything. And yeah, there's maybe a little bit too much fat, but you know these guys are powerful as well. I was gonna say, alright, I don't think they swim, but I think they go to the floor underwater and then they jump. But this is one of those facts that I read online, so I'm not sure if this is actually true. Like, this could be made up. I would like a confirmation, though. So if someone is a hippopotamus studier and knows a thing or two about them, then yeah, please tell me. No, they can't swim. They jump underwater. I've seen this. I've seen videos. They can't swim, but surely they walk on the bottom, but they can also swim. Okay, well, I'll believe you. You seem knowledgeable because you partially agree with me. The people that completely disagreed with me, they're idiots. Also incorrect. We're the same. Hippos launch off the ground like rocket? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're a Swiftie, overrated concert and person in my opinion. Claims your fans are so important to him while charging the price of a used car for tickets. Yeah, he's very expensive. But to be fair, it's like a 3-hour show as well. So or like 2.5 hours, I think. I'm not usually into Taylor Swift. I like some of her songs. But my wife is a Swiftie, as you call them. So yeah, I didn't have to take a second mortgage to pay for the concert tickets. But well, yeah, it is what it is. It's going to be a storm drop over here out of Hero, as Clem has been struggling really to get anything off the ground. This would be so sad if the Prism dies like this. I would actually be the saddest man in the world. Oh. I'm actually the saddest man in the world. Holy crap, this was so sad. Imagine being Hero. Like the absolute Chad that Hero is, right? Rather than playing some lame Colossi garbage build order that we've seen 35,000 times. He thinks of the fans and opens up with a storm drop. But he does, like, it takes risks, you know? Boom, storm drop. Oh, I'm so cool. Much faster than all these idiots. And then this happens. You get caught because Clem decides to go to the left side where your Prism is chilling. This is actually the saddest day of Hero's life. He's now gonna attack. This is not going to work. as Clem is in a really good spot. Clem is actually in the type of position where if he just sits back and does nothing for the next minute and a half, I think he's going to be extremely far ahead. There are 6 gases, but it's a low worker count for a hero. Needs to probably start transferring some workers from the main at some point, as a couple of patches are running dry. It's a single storm, and that's going to be it. Hits the Medivacs, which is nice, but it's not going to be good enough. I think Clem is way too afraid here. He could chase, but he could also just do nothing and could just wait for +1 and then go. Ghost, not +1. Well, also +1. Probably want to wait for both, ideally. Google is telling me hippos can't swim, they can't float. What? Yeah, see? I was right. So good. Now the guy that partially agreed with me is also in shambles. And the person that said they were a hippo and that they could swim, also in shambles. Robo Bay. Robotics facility. Second one, that is. Nexus. Fort Nexus, that is. So we have 2 ghosts popping out over here. This literally has no potential, right? It's a pretty cool move though. Zealot run-bys with a prism if you're getting chased, you know? You just drop some... Oh, look at this. These are balcony Templars, as we call them. They always stand on the balcony. Templars are kind of like the elite people from Hunger Games. You know, it's like just sitting there with their weird-looking wigs. It's like, look, what is this code, really? Is this really efficient usage of clothing on the battlefield? I don't think so. You're just doing it to look cool. And it doesn't even look really cool. So just like the people from the Hunger Games. Now, there are a couple of Templars here, but Clem has very good splits. He's also maxed out. Unless Clem actually wets the bed, I think he's going to win right here, right now. Ooh, we do have some minor bedwetting going on, though. So a lot of this army is fairly damaged. Nice control out of Hero as well. Clem is now trying to reinforce this position. There's no Templars remaining, and there's no thermal lands yet. Viking count is fairly low. Medivacs are not healing, or have not been healing for quite a while. Can we get an EMP? No, we don't need to. Huh. Yeah, Clem is just going to pick up, move towards the far right side. He was in the reasonable middle. But now to the far right. It's a scary rotation that you're making here, buddy. Very scary indeed. Oh, too late with the EMP. What a rookie maneuver there. That was not good. If he gets that EMP off, I'm not saying he wins this game, but he might have a decent shot at actually taking out that Nexus. Now he's being pushed away. Whenever a hero pushes an army away, he feels obliged to himself to, you know, honor the opponent with a little bit of a visit to their third base. This is a typical hero move. Where did these SCVs come from? Hello? There's a couple of mines just spread out over here. Look at this bad boy is going to hit. Could have killed the Templar, actually. Did not try to retarget that. Orbital Command in a little bit of trouble. Clem also just in general in a little bit of trouble. Triple drops now heading towards his top side again. There are some ghosts in here, which makes this army significantly scarier to fight against. Armies without ghosts are usually not so scary. Uh-oh. Good blink forward. We'll snipe one medevac. Second medevac does get to evacuate. Clem won a little bit of time. Killed 8 workers. Even in worker count right now. Has not started any extra upgrades. Still on 1-1. Okay, here we go. +2 stars. Medevac is trying to get back home. But Hero had a pretty significant lead right now. At this moment. 171 supply to 150. So we have a fourth base that is going up for Clem. These mines are doing God's work, by the way. If God's work was blowing up Protoss units. EMP connects with part of this army. If this fort base dies, I think the game ends. But the fort base is going to survive. Viking sniped the first Colossus as well. As now Clem just flying a bit too close to the sun as the Stalkers blinked forward. One Disruptor will end up dying as there's loads of mines and still no Observer around to deal with these mines. These mines are actually low-key saving Clem. That's what the kids say, low-key. Well, that's what the kids said 10 years ago. But it recently caught my attention, so I've also been saying it now. We have, how many barracks is this? This is 8 barracks that are being utilized. So Purification Novas are doing the job of the Observer, killing mines. Zip. Stalker's now moving forward. This is a very solid move. A move that I like. Come on, show a Purification Nova. Poof poof. Look at this. Look at this surround that he's setting up. Actually a high tier move. I don't think Hero can move into this actually, now that I think about this. If Hero moves into this, gets EMP'd, surrounded from 5 sides, he's just in trouble, innit? He's just going to be in trouble. Oh, Clem! Falling asleep at the wheel there. Not completely off the road yet, but you know, just went over the grass for a little bit. This army tried to maybe pick off reinforcements or set up another angle to increase the size of the flank. Stim. Stim. +2, stim and go. There's only 1 EMP remaining though. He's lost so many ghosts. I actually think that Hero's just going to march in here and say, adios, my dear French friend, but back to baguette eating for you. Because I have too many units. Oh, that last disruptor so is so huge. Right side disruptor coming in as well. This army is being chased away. That's going to be number 3 and number 4 of the disruptors that are going down. Now sends them forward for whatever reason. What an idiotic move, truly. Losing 6 disruptors there for practically free, now turning around. But there were no ghosts in this army for such a long time. I'm really surprised by this. Hero just let this happen. And then the move command on the disruptors. That was such a huge blunder by him. I mean, he's still very far ahead, but these are the types of blunders that you usually can't afford against a player like Clem. You're giving him breathing room. If 4 or 5 ghosts enter the battlefield right now, the disruptor count might not be high enough. Archons fall off so hard, gateway units fall off so hard the moment ghosts are out. 1 more disruptor gets taken out. Next Purification Nova doesn't hit anything either. Clem gets a little bit of breathing room over here. 2 disruptors are being produced at a time as a 3rd robotics facility is now on the way. Clem is building a 5th as well. If he maxes out here, gets 2 upgrades, +1 ship weapons, and a decent ghost count, there is a chance that he might actually win back some map control. This is a good start of a fight as well here for the French Terran player. Medevac count is high. They have plenty of energy. There's no Purification Novas available right now. I think Hero gave away a free win here. He absolutely did. EMPs are connecting. Clem should not be chasing this far though. Does not quite have the ghost count yet. The moment you have the ghost count you need against Archons, you're good, but it isn't quite here yet. We get a big blink forward, understandable out of Hero. Clem really needs to he needs to hit that 180 supply mark right now. That is all he should care about right at this moment. Anticipating, by the way, the incoming Colossi kind of, not really a transition, but kind of a transition back into Colossi here. Disruptors have not been working out for Hero, mainly because he move commanded 3 right back into Clem's army. And Clem, too afraid to start 3-3. This might be an advantage for Hero, who has been behind in upgrades this entire game. Just been working off a single fort. 5th base has now been established for Clem, or well, is busy establishing that 5th base. And Hero wants to do something about it. And it's really important Hero does do something about it, because the moment the 5th is up, the moment Clem hits maxed here, I actually think Hero might be in some trouble. I actually really believe he might be in some trouble. There are 8 ghosts out. That is enough. We have a Viking count. Here comes Clem. Disruptors are going to be absolutely vital here. First 2 Purification Novas hit absolutely nothing. 1 Colossi might just end up dying. Viking control has been okay. Not brilliant, but just okay. More EMPs coming in. Purification Nova. No snipe on this Disruptor. I think that was a mistake here out of Clem. That was free for the taking, but did not quite grab it. Ended up losing 12, maybe 14 supply there. Fight still relatively even despite that. Had Clem sniped that Disruptor, I actually think he's in a position where he can maybe take out a base or at least completely establish map control. +3 attack has finally started as well for Clem as he feels safe enough. This really could be a comeback in the making, and it's purely because of Hero's mistake. Purely because of Hero's mistake, and it was a very silly one. A massive blunder. Really a massive blunder. We have these Vikings now moving towards the far left. I'm not quite sure what they're planning on doing here. Oh, they're setting up for a DT run by. Oh, Clem is misreading this game in an enormous way. He really is. There's no DT run by coming in. There's not enough gas. Your opponent has been working off 6 gas the entire time. In order to get DTs out, you need 8 gas. Oh. Tried to snipe that Purification Nova thrower, but did not quite get it. There's no Colossi remaining. Ghost count is low once more. Planetary should be capable of helping out. All the stimming has hurt the energy levels of these medevacs, by the way. I think this planetary might just end up dying, yeah. Very unfortunate for Clem. Very, very unfortunate. So if this planetary dies, I think that is also the chance of you getting back into the game pretty much dying here, right? Comes one more good zoning shot. Clem tries to snipe that disruptor. Does survive. Does survive for now as he tries to start a chase, but he just doesn't have enough anymore. A lot of the supply right now is in air units. GG gets called. This got super close, though. I want to show that Purification Nova shot one more time. The one that I said, if that one doesn't hit, sometimes you can feel that something is hugely important all of a sudden, you know? Like, hugely important. Was it here? No, it was before already. Surely, it was like a 180 supply fight. It was this one. We need to be fast, though, because I don't want to miss the next game. Okay, here. So here we have this 186 supply fight, and here we go. It is this disruptor, which he hits, and you can see that is super vulnerable to the left flank, right? So this one shoots it out. Here. I think he can clear this, and I think he should. Because that gets a pretty... it gets 4 units. I still think it would have been worth it. I really believe so. There was one more on the right side as well. Because this fight is so close that any unit really matters. Because here, at the end, it's like 140 to 140. If you have 4 or 5 more units, I think you win the game. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for Clem. Okay, we need to quickly navigate here. Let's have a quick look. I'm going to just check the bracket updates. Reynor Showtime is happening on Europe. Let's see if I can still enter that game. I think that's an interesting one. I'm glad Showtime beat Nightmare, because Reynor Nightmare would not have been quite as interesting. Let's see where they are. 4 minutes into a game. Other game that we could watch is Cure versus Wayne or Solar versus Firefly. I think Solar Firefly is the least interesting. Cure versus Wayne is also not super interesting. I can share my screen here for a second. Yeah, how do I do that again? Here you go. So, Cure versus Wayne, I think, is not super interesting. I think Cure will win that pretty easily as well. And this side of the bracket is in general less enticing for me to follow. So, I think I'll wait for Reynor Showtime Game 2 to start, and then we just follow this side of the bracket, and then we head into the finals. Thoughts? Oh, Harstem, you're brilliant. Thanks, guys. I agree. That's a very good plan indeed. One second. All right. Did you cast full series Clem versus Hero? What's this guy on about? No? 2 games. Why? Replay back got delayed. Cast will be today after KungFu Cup. Facts! Harstem, this has always really frustrated me. The KungFu Cup is just such blatant false advertising. I tune into some top quality KungFu craft, but it's just lame StarCraft 2. I'm sorry, my friend. It is what it is. It really is what it is. Harstem, your wife certainly issues long command. It wasn't a command. It was a conversation. That only happens in well-functioning couples, though, where both sides get to talk. Both have input. That was a foreign concept for a lot of people. I'm a really good listener. I'm actually a very good listener. It's because I listen to the sound of my voice all day already. People don't know this, but... So my voice, it comes back through my in-ears to me. I wonder if you can hear this. Hello. Did you hear an echo? I don't know. I can't hear that echo, but it might be there. So I'm already listening to myself all day. So when someone else speaks to me, it's good to listen rather than also, once again, hearing myself speak. Oh, invite. Invite. I really need to be in here. I feel bad. I think Reynor won game 1 because Reynor usually wins. But if he didn't, I would have wanted to ask someone else. You know what I'm saying? Nice. No echo? Uber lame. Is Taylor Swift a hippo fan? I don't know. You should ask her. And whether she thinks they swim or not. You're sick of Harstem's voice? Join the club, buddy. Oh, I forgot to ask who's winning. Is anyone in here? God, I'm such an amateur. Can anybody hear me? Alright, in that case, we're voting on who won game number 1. Because game 1 has already been played, but I don't know who won it. If you think Reynor won game number 1, type a 1. If you think Showtime won game number 1, type a 2. Alright? And then we'll add it in the score. And we'll see whether we're right or not. Oh my god, I'm such an amateur. I keep forgetting to do the basic things. Ask them, I can't. I'm not a referee. 1. 2. Showtime 1. You think 1, but hope 2. It was a draw? I can't ask them. Like, you can't talk. You can't just generally talk with people in the middle of a game. They won. Most people think Reynor won. I think so too. Second map is Royal Blood, which I think Reynor doesn't like quite as much. Which means that map 1 was probably his pick. And then he won it. You have Reynor on private though? Yeah, but he's on busy. Also, I'm not gonna message people on private. That's really messed up. Alright. Reynor up 1-0 in this series. I can't ask. Like, how do I ask? It's not possible. Like, I can't enter my friend list from here either. I'm trying to hit tab. It's also not working. To specific player. Control at. Control Alt. Enter. Oh my god, I just made the screen small. Now you've truly done it, you clowns. Now you can't see anything anymore. Back to full screen. I hope I didn't lag the game with that. I didn't know this was the hotkey for it. Why would they say that's a hotkey for talking to a specific player? It just changed the screen. God, it's so stupid. God, this is the last time I'm listening to chat. You guys are actual idiots. Well, some of you. Just the majority. Can't check their history? No, you always play without match history when you play. In tournaments. Always, always, always. Alright, let's finally start. Holy crap. You guys are rustling my jimmies over here. So we have a single adept that I don't think got chrono boosted, now moving across the map. And what are you gonna do, buddy? What are you gonna do? Huh? Gonna go in here. Finish. 1. Is he gonna survive? You know Cyril is really good at this type of micro. He always gets my adept when I send it in like that. He just moves like a machine. Like a snake human, you know? People that can move their body like a snake. Slither out of any situation they find themselves in. That's what Cyril does with his links as well. So he just moves them in spots I didn't know were possible. Second gateway in the main base. You can see Showtime's on an enlightened player that gets his third base at the 3-minute mark. I am very enlightened. Oh no, he's playing his garbage build. This is the classic Showtime for Adept. He had stepped away from it for a bit. For quite a bit as well. But now he's going back to it. This build legitimately never works. So you build 4 adepts before the Nexus, and then you go again later on. It is so rare to ever see this do anything because it's super easy to scout. Okay, he just lost 3 adepts for free. Look at this. He killed 2 links and lost 3 adepts. I really like it when I say negative things about a build order and then it comes true. It feels like I have some special power, you know? I'm the build order whisperer. You have these guys that can whisper to horses and they listen. And the dog whisperer you have as well. It's a terrible talent to have as well. You can have 1 superpower. And all I can do is whisper to dogs. And there's a decent chance they listen to you. Because they don't even listen all the time and it takes quite a while, you know? Such a garbage superpower. They really got shafted by their genie that they got from the lamp, you know? I want to be capable of whispering. But just to one specific animal. The horse. Imagine you pick an animal that's like very far deep into the sea. Actual idiots. Forge being thrown down. It's going to go into a robotics facility here, by the way. Now, 4 oracles as well starting, as he's building 5 more adepts on top of the initial 3 that he's lost. So, this is a very major investment into, so far, a very mediocre early game. If Showtime doesn't kill 8-9 workers from this point on out, we could technically call this game as being completely over. Honest to God. Oh, these links are heavily out of position. Look at this. Where are you, Mr. Ling? You are in the wrong spot. Oracle gets 0 kills as these adepts did manage to take out some links. 2 more adepts being sent out. 7 adepts, so make that a total of 10 adepts. You're going to need so many worker kills here for this to be worth it. I don't think we're going to see the worker kills for this to be worth it. Here comes a double adept. Into the 3rd base. Also will not get any damage. This is bait. This was bait. And it was bait that absolutely worked over here. Showtime's gonna get no worker kills with these 2 adepts. These 4 are also not getting anything. And right now we have 5 oracles. Like, holy crap. Oh, these adepts are just straight up gonna die now. If Reynor manages this properly, yep, these adepts are dead. Also shaded into the incorrect direction. Oracles in the natural take out 1 worker, maybe. Okay, 7 workers have been killed total. 9 adepts and 1 oracle have fallen. It is very rare to see Protoss down in the resources lost. And I think Reynor knows this. He's gonna get Overlord speed. He's gonna walk across the map with Queens. Get a bunch of roaches out. And honestly, if he can't win the game with the incoming push that he's gonna do, then Protoss is imbalanced. Like, Showtime so far has gotten absolutely nothing from his entire early game. Legitimately nothing. And he's lost 9 adepts already. He's built 16 adepts in total and killed nothing. The adept is the worst unit in the entire game. Don't forget about that. It does nothing for you. It's garbage. Everyone hates adepts. Me and my homies, we all hate them. God, I hate adepts. Oh, he's gonna lose an oracle if he ain't careful. Did he lose another one? Yeah, he lost 2 oracles so far already. He's gonna get a couple more kills, but kills this late into the game are much less important. You know, if you're killing 9 or 6 workers, if your opponent has 25 workers, that's a pretty big deal. But if you're killing 6 workers and your opponent has 85, it's like such a small percentage. There's so many hatcheries, which makes it easy to reproduce. You have a lot of cash in the bank usually as well. The build that Reynor is going for does not seem to make a whole lot of sense. 75 drone, Roach Queen. He has pretty mediocre creep spread. That is the one thing I will say. It has not been looking great. Despite having 529 APM. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, this build is super hit or miss that Showtime played here. Like, look at this. 183 to 116 supply. No, it's just a game over. Game over. And that's going to be 2-0, we believe, as a community. As a community, we believe that this is going to be game. Or a series as well. Like, Reynor actually freaking owned Showtime this game. This looked like my games versus Serral, really. Or my games versus Reynor. Although I sometimes win maps against Reynor, I never win maps against Serral. Fun fact, well, fun fact if you're Serral, but I haven't won a map versus Serral in I think over 5 years at this point. Which, like I said, is not a very fun fact for me, but bet Sarah thinks about that often. GG gets called. Reynor wins the series 2-0, we believe. Oh, game 3. No way. Game 3. Reynor is a brick. Oh, that's so funny that he lost it at the first time. Oh. 50% man did it again. Ah, the reason why it's so difficult to lose to that build is because you can scout it so easily. Because no one builds 4 units pre-warp gate. So if someone does, you know that there's going to be some serious adept pressure coming initially. 3 times the char? Yeah, no shot. I was gonna play 15 hedge. He's getting bamboozled though, isn't he? Oh, 15 pool. Oh yeah, it's 1-1. Sorry, I need to put in the scores. I keep forgetting to do this stuff. It's freaking difficult to remember everything, while also making sure that you guys are not being complete clowns in the chat. Which so far today, I have been impressed by all of your behavior. Usually my banning thumb starts itching a little bit, a couple of minutes in, you know? I feel like taking some people out, but today, so far, best behavior. Oh, someone sent me cash before as well. Let me see. I remember I wanted to shout that out at some point. It was Zadrigo with the RSD 100. Hippos are high tier and cute, unlike Taylor Swift. Well, thank you for your opinion, Zadrigo. It has been noted. Do you think you could win consistently against Zero if you had constant full map vision? Consistently, no, but I think I would win a lot, yeah. I mean, he's also just still very good. Nah, actually, if I had map hacks and he didn't, I think I would win a lot, yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely think I would. Just everything. Life is so much easier, right, if you have map hacks. Which makes it so sad to me that there's no top players that map hack. You know? How sad are map hackers that they can't even become top players despite having full information? Like, there's something in me that is... not almost. I actually pity them in a way, you know? It's like, holy crap. You probably have the biggest advantage except for just straight up getting like more resources or something. Like, it's the biggest advantage that I can think of. And you can't even break top 100 Grandmaster. Like, it's just such a sad thing to have, you know? It's like, holy crap, dude. Get it together. It's just... Something is wrong. You know, something isn't correct. It doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. That's how I feel about all hackers. It's so sad. Yeah, but in some games, you know, like some games I think it's impossible to lose. Like if you have like a proper wall, well, I guess map hack is a little bit like wall hack where you can shoot through the walls, but you don't have aim assist. Wait, can you always shoot through the walls? Maybe you can. Vision hack. Is that a thing? I don't actually know how hacks work in differently in like a shooter or something. I know that some of the pros used to use, or they thought that some of the pros used to use aim assist. And they would also use like other dirty little tricks. But you could put them on like the drivers in your mouse or something. Kind of high tier, honestly. I wonder how high I could go if I was map hacking. I doubt I'd even reach 5k. Probably not. Being in chat is a lot like being a Harstem whisperer, where sometimes he reads what you post. High tier. Thank you, Catbird Sis, for the 65 Swedish kroner. God. Sick. Is this the same build? I don't want to talk about it. But yes. I just don't like this build. I like... It just feels wrong. Everything about the build feels wrong, if that makes any sense. Like, I look at this build and I think to myself, this is wrong. It ain't right, you know? It just ain't right. This third base is actually in trouble as well. Is it? No, it is. Yeah, look. This Oracle is too far up. If this third gets cancelled, I think we can leave the game, no? Oh no, it's gonna lose the adepts as well. Oh no, Showtime! 2 adepts go down. Oracles have to activate. $450 on a Nexus here. Lost 100 minerals on it already. Oh my god. Disaster strikes here. I would leave. If I were Showtime, I would leave right now. But first I would flame Reynor for being annoying. And I would flame him in Italian as well. Like I did, yeah, definitely. Google Translate something. Like, holy crap. This is so one-sided. I can't imagine how that third game went. It's going to be just 4 oracles this time. As he's lost 5 adepts so far. He's rebuilt 5 more. That means his tech is going to be insanely late. We have Reynor on +1 melee as well as a delayed lair. Which is interesting. But I just don't think Reynor really cares. No 4th base quite yet. Although I wouldn't mind it. As we have +1 coming out here. Robo-Bay coming out. There's just no way that Robo-Bay is gonna work. Like, this is not a Robo-Bay game either. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what I'm saying, that's also okay. But it's just not a Robo-Bay game. Oracle gets taken out for free. Maybe another Oracle. Chase. 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 Okay, don't. Too late now. 3 sentries. Oh my god. I hate the sentry as a unit so much against Zerg. It costs gas and it doesn't give you anything. Sentries they're sometimes useful in very niche situations, but majority of the time they're completely useless. Reynor building a spire, this is disrespect almost. Spires are terrible. Well, they're good, but this late in the game, like, it's kind of crazy. I really think this is a mistake. I don't think it's gonna matter because Reynor should be infinitely far ahead if he just manages to drone up to 78 or something, 81, 82. Showtime's army is still hot garbage as well. Garbage. Complete garbage. No! Force field, force field, force field, force field, force field. Can you fight this as Reynor? I don't know, I think you can. This is nice. 2 oracles went down during this as well. I think they just got move commanded back home and flew through some queens. But this game is over. Like, really, really over. Right now, Reynor could be going up to 97 workers, 6 base and 12 gas, and still hold a 3 base all in. That is how over the game is. It is 87 supply for Showtime, 7 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. I've never seen Showtime this sloppy in a long while. It's not even necessarily Showtime being sloppy. The build is bad, I think. If the Zerg knows it's coming, it is not very good. I think Showtime was a little bit sloppy with some of the Oracle movement, but if you're building this many Adepts and Oracles, you're basically forced into losing them. And if your opponent doesn't allow you to lose them in a way that contributes, you know, to your to taking out drones or something, or doing something else with them, well, mainly just taking out drones or killing a lot of links, then it is super expensive of an investment. The push that he went for, he's definitely not allowed to make, but I understand why he does it, because it's what he usually does as a follow-up, and he wants to be on the map. Yeah, GG, this is completely over. This is a disaster. He literally went up to 98 workers. Yeah, this... I think this build is not bad to mix it in if there's a way to hide it. But the 4 adapt before warp gate, I think gives so much away. Because you're immediately saying, hey, this is not going to be a quick Twilight Council build. It's not going to be fast blink either. Like, you're just denying a lot. Yeah, he was the brick only once. Yeah, this build is not it. Hero up next. I'm following you. Time to go O2 versus the Master. I think Reynor works best if he gets insulted on a daily basis. And not by a random fans. That doesn't work for him. But if I do it, you know, it comes from a good place. So I can justify it to myself as well. You know, I have to push the buttons for him to perform well. He gets complacent with his position in life too quickly. I figured I'd just message Hero personally. I wish him luck as well. Yeah. Maybe he'll say something back. Oh wait, my camera killed itself. That's my bad. I think the temperature in here might be too warm. Wait, give me a second. Hey, thanks. See, Hero and I are very good friends. We'll get the camera back up once it's cooled down. Let me point a fan at it or something. Series ID. You play against Metal League players. For every minute they survive, they get $1. I could just... If you want to, I could just give like $3 to Metal Leaguers around the world. Where's your AC? I don't have AC. AC is not very common in Europe. It's getting more common, but it is not very common. I wished Hero good luck. He said he will destroy you. He said, haha, will be good for me. Reynor, no problem, easy. He is an idiot. I will beat him up. Perhaps break his leg. But he took the last part back. Once I said that was inappropriate. Inappropriate? I think that's how you spell it. Inappropriate. Tell him Lambo sent me personally to take revenge for the football. We played football with Hero at TSL 9. And 10 minutes in, Hero injured Lambo. They completely destroyed his leg. Lambo couldn't walk for like 3 weeks. The foreign scene is still sour about that. So every time someone takes out Hero, we make sure to remind them that that was for Lambo. It really, yeah. Lambo got destroyed at TSL. He legitimately was in pain for like weeks after. Yeah. I feel bad, but yeah. No, actually it wasn't funny at all. Isn't Hero Korean? Yeah, he's Korean. Korean is spelled with a C, K, by the way. When is GSL in the skies coming to Harambo? Never. Been watching for years and I always have your videos playing when I'm in my StarCraft 2 games. Genuinely appreciate the content, dog. Thank you, Foomf Gaming. That's very kind of you. Both the words as well as the money. Should I even veto Grassman versus Hero? Keep it. It's favorite for you. When do the games begin? Dude, I'm just waiting. They are vetoing. This is the reality of tournaments. Usually what tournaments have is they have like some content in between, you know? So you'd see like a clip right now of... there we go. You'll see a clip of like pro gamers asking some, you know, answering some lame questions. They won't start right away. Oh, what? Solar Cure. It's good advice here. So I've been cucked into believing that it was going to go down on America while it's going down in Korea. Solar Cure, Solar Cure, Solar Cure, Solar Cure, Solar Cure. Come on, connect! 10 minutes in game. All waiting for Solar versus Cure. Maybe YouTube should put in a fast forward button for live streams. That's actually a good idea, Marsbar. I hadn't quite thought of that yet. I'll let my YouTube representative know. Give him that suggestion. I bet he'll be thrilled to hear it. You think he'll explain to me why it's not physically possible? I feel like YouTube representatives have to deal with a lot of idiots on a daily basis. So I feel like he'd probably explain it to me, thinking that I'm an actual moron. And he'll put me on like on the spreadsheet. He'll make my name red. Complete idiot is what red stands for. Harstem, don't you also think sentries are extremely OP? These days I played some ladder and I made only sentries, and with that I got GM with 8k MMR beating some nerds. Yeah, that definitely happened. Is there an online tournament in Europe in the near future? Yeah, the ESL Open Cup is online every week. In Europe? There's like loads of cups, online cups in Europe. Do you mean offline? We don't have any offline event coming up soon in Europe. If I struggle to micro stalkers, should I just go charge lot early game? What? No? Just play stalkers, learn how to play them. Well, this depends on what you want to do. If you want to get better, you need to confront the areas in which you're weak. If you just enjoy having a good time and you like charge lots, and you don't like improving, then build charge lots. This is a little bit as if you're going to the gym, you know? And you're very bad at bicep curls, for example. Not me, my biceps are massive. But this is a hypothetical, okay? Imagine you don't have massive biceps. Then rather than working on your bicep curls, you just start doing leg press. You know, that is not going to make your biceps stronger. It's going to make your legs stronger. So you're improving in an area where in StarCraft 2 often, improving in new areas is much easier than improving in areas that you've been, you know, trying to improve on for a long time. I like to give the example of, let's say build order, okay? So we have build order A, which you have played 1,500 times in your life. You're at, when it comes to competency, you are like 8 out of 10 on build order A because you've played it 1,500 times. You know the timings. You still struggle with the macro sometimes, but you're very good. Now you could put in another 1,500 games in build order A, and you might be able to boot that build order A competency level to 9 out of 10. You know, you get an entire extra point. You're 9 out of 10 good now. What you could also do is, rather than focusing on build order A, you focus on build order B, where within 1,500 games, or maybe even 500 games, you are capable of getting build order B like from basically 0 out of 10 to 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. Like the further, the higher, the better you are at something, the harder it is to improve at it. So actually, in a way, it is really nice to constantly be switching the things that you're trying to improve on, because you get the quickest progress in many different areas in that case. So you focus on this, Like, you still focus on something. You don't just go, oh, one game I'm going to do this, one game this. No, you like 10 games on this, then 10 games on that, 10 games on that. That way you can improve pretty quickly. It's a good way to approach StarCraft 2, usually. Or you can just never do bicep curls, except that your biceps look pathetic. And it will never be as massive as mine. Do hippos have 4 biceps? I don't actually know. How many biceps do hippos have? Its force comes from a large masseter and a developed digastric. Hippo anatomy. Interior. The body of hippos is almost hairless. This means that the thin skin dries up very quickly. Wait, is that true? If there's no hairs, I guess you dry up quicker. That would make sense. That's why bald people always look so efficient. You think there's a lot of people that go bald so that they dry quicker out of the shower? I don't think so. I don't think this is usually a consideration for bald people. But it should be. Interesting. Hippos have canine teeth that can be between 50 and 72 centimeters in length. 50 centimeters. It's like almost as big as my bicep. While the incisors are around 40 centimeters in length. The teeth sharpen themselves as they grind together. Despite these impressive lengths, the teeth do not in any way assist with eating. They are purely for combat. Hippos have small legs because the water that they live in reduces the weight burden that the body places. Cool. You want to see some hippo facts? Hippo facts. Hippos love grass and lots of it. They can consume up to 35 kilograms per evening and can sleep up to 16 hours per day. The young hippo, never mind. Hippo sunblock. Although hippos spend a large amount of their life in the water during certain times of the year, especially during the winter months, it is common to find the hippo all resting out on the banks. It seems the hippo enjoy sunbathing to warm their bodies up during the cooler periods, but the sun can create many problems for the hippo, yet nature has a way to keep them safe. Now you might be wondering, how does nature have a way to keep them safe? It's because hippos do not have sweat glands underneath their skin to release excess heat of the body, unlike some other mammals. Wait, that doesn't sound like a way at all to help them. That sounds like a way to interfere. While they rest on the banks, a thin layer of light pink-colored liquid is seen on their body. This liquid is not sweat. As they leave the water, their skin becomes dry. In the dry air, a hippo's body loses water at a faster rate, which is 4 times greater than that of a human being. So to prevent its dry skin from cracking, nature has found a way and provided the hippo with a type of sunscreen. The pink-like secretion will fill up the hippo's large pores, and after filling the pores on the skin, the liquid becomes somewhat dense and closes the pores to prevent any further water loss. Natural sun cream. What do you know, huh? I didn't know that existed, for sure. Let you live, you learn, guys. Did you know the birds that sit on the hippos are actually like parasites to them? I didn't even know birds sat on hippos. Seems like a dangerous game to play. No? Sitting on a hippo? Hippo riding. I bet that used to happen back in the day. People back in the day were uber bored. Because they had no computer games. Or good board games either. So that's why back in the day, like, dangerous things were way more common. Because you couldn't have fun unless it was dangerous. Birds clean them from parasites? Really? I wouldn't mind a bird in my chat. Solar versus Cure already started? Yeah. We're waiting for this game 1 to finish. We missed the start. Then we just have to sit here and wait like some loser. Crocs leave hippos alone, even the little ones. Wait, it's game 2 already? Jesus. Life's not fair. How did we miss game 1? Well, I was watching Reynor versus Hero, Showtime. And then I just barely missed the second game, I guess. Harstem, do you like cooperating and making the content? Would you ever work with American streamer Neuro? Yeah, sure. I do like Neuro, actually. I don't think I've ever worked together with him before, though. But I like him. He's a good person. No, we're not missing Reynor versus Hero, are we? Okay, we're just... Captain, it's time for vacation in Croatia. When are you coming? Not now. I've been to Croatia before, when I was 15. Had a good time there. Wait, did they start without me? No, right? I'm so afraid I'm gonna miss 2 things. See what Statfast is up to. I think he's casting it. Solar Cure. Oh, that game's about to end. And then Solar is winning this in a pretty significant way. Okay, we're quickly going back to Asia. If I miss game 3, I'm gonna end myself. Will you be able to cover the upcoming tournament that will happen in SA? What is SA? South Africa? No, I don't know any tournaments that is happening in South Africa. Saudi Arabia. Ah, the Gamers 8. No, I'm not covering any of that. I forgot, sorry. Yeah. I was like, SA. I've only heard SA being used either for South Africa, but never for Saudi Arabia before. When is the game starting? It beats me. Should have started years ago. But right now, Cure is 130 supply and Solar is 190. So if this game was remotely balanced, then Solar will win in the next 5 seconds. But they're still in game, so maybe not. Okay, it's now 180 supply against 100. I can't believe that... Okay, yeah, one of them has left. Okay, this game is over. Okay, we need to click fast. I'm not sure if they're gonna invite or if we need to click. If we need to click, we're the quickest. Because there's so many casters in here, they all want to join. There's limited spots. This is a dog-eat-dog world, as they call it. Look at me clicking. Hello? I can see that the game has ended, you clowns. If they don't invite me, I'm actually gonna freak. They're in a party, they're in a party, they're in a party. Solar just won, so I'm allowed to message him. Also, Solar and I are actually friends. Once again. Not to brag, but... yeah. We consider ourselves friendly with one another. Hello? Why is no one speaking? I need to be in this game. Hello? Okay, they've started. Please invite. Harstem. I'm Harstem. Invite me. Yes, I'm Harstem. What do you mean? Kevin de Koning. Oh, that was the test? My name? Dude, he'd be a terrible security officer. He should never have let me in. I'm on a barcode. Yeah, YouTube. People love me there. What a terrible security question. What is your name? It's no wonder he's a pro gamer. Kicked out of security school. Want to be a police officer. Aye. It's unbelievable. Yeah, there's no common sense. You probably check your YouTube channel. No shot. He didn't check that. Doesn't have time for that stuff. Solar's busy playing. Busy owning. I mean, there's so many things he could have asked, you know? That I would have known the answer to. That only he and I would have known. Yet he didn't do it. He could have asked the score between Samsung Galaxy and Team Spanu when we played a football match. Because I remember, despite it being in 2015. What was the score? Yeah, nice try. That's going to be my security question next time. Alright. It's 1-1, by the way. He doesn't remember that. Yeah, but he knows we played football because we destroyed. And we destroyed in a big way. It was 7-3. Everyone knows. Sure. What's Solar's favorite color? Do people actually have favorite colors? People that have favorite colors are psychopaths. And this is, I think, a non-controversial take. Colors are completely dependent on the context of whatever object or thing it is. Like, literally, if you say that your favorite color in general is red, you're obviously a psychopath. It's not okay. That should be one of those warnings, you know? So, yeah, you always give it the serial killers, like, all serial killers tortured animals when they were young. All serial killers wet their bed as a kid. You know, that type of stuff. It's like, all serial killers have red as their favorite color, despite being 19 years old in age. You're like, oh! You have like a parent going crying to their, you know, to the psychologist. No, my son says his favorite color is blue. For everything. And I said, even for fruits? He said, yes, I just love blue. It's okay, madam. We have good programs for people like him. He can still live a somewhat normal life. We'll just need to be careful. Why my son? Yeah. That's what happens. You can count on one hand how many people I've met that don't have a favorite color. Yeah. That says something about the circles that you move in, my friend. Psychopath City. Tomorrow those two play again in the GSL. Solar's gonna win 4-0. He's gonna win 2-0 in the first match, then drop down to beat him a second time. That's how much little regard Solar has for his opponents. Blueberries genius. Yeah, I know there's blue fruits, but you're gonna just eat blueberries for the rest of your life? No, of course not. You guys find one little thing and then you think you got me. This isn't the gacha society. This is the Harstem stream. Man, my jaw is freaking killing me. I think so. Recently, I went to the dentist, and I had a cavity. Well, I didn't have a cavity really. I brush my teeth very well. Actually, they complimented me on my toothbrushing skills when I went there. Like, could you show us how you brush with that toothbrush we have over here? I said, sure. And I just did it. They said, wow, that is very good technique. Your old dentist taught you well. I said, yeah. Taught me damn well, Nini. They asked if they could take a video for their Instagram as an example. But then when I told them my fee, they quickly backpedaled and said, never mind. I'm not gonna pay you $5,000 just for a 30-second Instagram video. There was an attempt. Where was I going with this? Oh, right. So I got a... Do you call them fillings? Like one of my... The far ones. I don't know what they're called in English. Like the fat one. Is it a molar? Molar? Like this? Molar. I think so. One of the fat ones. But I don't think they shaved it enough. So now my mouth feels weird. Like it's imbalanced. My mouth feels like the Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Statfast is lagging up the game. Statfast is lagging up the game. It feels like that for a bit after filling, really. They told me that if it feels like that, I should call him. I haven't called him yet. I thought it would go away after a while by itself, like most annoying things in life. But this seems to stay around for a bit longer. StarCraft 3 should have a system like Dota where observers can just drop out and in. Yeah, definitely. I had bad dental habits as a child. One time I was chewing gum and part of my molar crumbled away and stuck to my gum. Fun times. That doesn't sound like a fun time at all. You have a really weird sense of finding things fun. That is also kind of psychopathic. No? Who says fun times as one of their molars? Molars? Molars falls out. Hey, just hit my knee. Fun times. Like, that's not fun at all. And don't even pretend that you were being sarcastic. From the tone of voice in that comment, I could see that you were being genuine. Why is Solar typing numbers? He's a mathematician. A passionate mathematician. But he had to drop out because of a knee injury. If it wasn't for that knee injury, he'd be playing in the big leagues right now, doing math. This is a very standard build order here coming out of Cure. He has 6 cars, building no more. Two Banshees. And then it's gonna go into, I guess, tank. Yeah, switches over. He usually does a single tank push initially. And then pisses off straight after. This is a common Cure move. Okay, type how many kills these 2 Banshees get. If you're within 2, you can count yourself, you know, you can say that you were correct. 2 kills so far. Total, over the next 5 minutes, by the way. My wife is German and we are having to redo all her dental work, redoing root canals, etc. here in America. Hard to trust European medicine. Yes, one bad experience in Germany does tell you a lot about the entire European medicine. What? Like, there might be parts, like, there might just be one dental clinic that messed up. The entirety of Europe. Garbage. And not just the dental clinic, but just medicine in general in Europe. Completely terrible. That is insane. Come on. Don't be like that. Although I do notice that a lot of Europeans act like this as well. Pretending like the USA is like one uniform country. And if something happens in Florida, it must be happening in California as well. It's like, it's just so common. But dental care is going to be vastly different all around Europe. Like, even within a country, you're going to have, like, it's going to be the same within a state. You have varying quality of dental care, surely. Dutch people go to the dentist most often. Yes, because Dutch dentists are probably terrible. So you just constantly have to redo things. It's not a good thing. Oh, hold that thought. I thought he was going to go for a 2 tank push, but he went for... Or 1 tank push, but he went for 2. Armory is... are we lagging a bit? I think we are, by the way. I'm sorry for that. It's because I'm on the Korean server. So it's just going to be a little bit spiky. They should pause, by the way, because they're seeing this as well. I'm 90% sure. Yeah, I have 261 ping here. Probably a bit higher in reality. This is going to be most likely a pretty one-sided stomp in favor of Solar. I said that, but Cure actually with some decent micro did lose both of his tanks and a lot of the cars. Where's the Banshees, by the way? They're still around. 3 kills on one of the Banshees and 3 kills on the other, so 6 kills total. Double drop heading towards the top side as another drop tries to go into the main, but there's double spores in position there. 5th base will get taken out. Solar in a little bit of trouble. I bumped into a trash can in France once and all the trash fell out. European trash collection system is awful compared to superior American garbage man truck patriotic fleet. Unironically not true though. Or unironically true. France is, well, not the entirety of Europe, but France is not a real country. Like, I remember I was just a little bit disappointed the first time I went to Paris. Actually, the first time I went to Paris, I was 6 and I went to Disneyland. I thought France was the greatest country in the world. And then I went to France again for ESWC. And I remember thinking that it all just looked a little bit dirty. A lot of the streets. Just, there was stuff laying around. It's because I never lived in a big city, I think. And most StarCraft 2 tournaments are not usually in big cities either, because it's expensive to hire an arena there, right? Or to hire a convention hall. So it's usually going to be in smaller cities, which don't have that problem. So it was one of the larger cities that I went to. And I remember thinking, man, there's so much trash on the floor. And then I saw rats as well, which I don't think I'd ever seen in the wild in my life. And that left a lasting impression on me. It really did. All right. These Marines once again taking out a 5th base. I think most big... Like, now when I walk through Amsterdam, I have the same feeling. I think most Dutch cities are relatively clean. But I think Amsterdam is... Amsterdam is by far my least favorite Dutch city. Which is weird because very often people go there and they say, man, we loved Amsterdam. Man, if you liked Amsterdam, I have a couple more cities to show you, which are actually fun. Like, much superior. But maybe for the tourist experience is really good. Like, there's a lot of museums. So if you like art by people that have passed away a while ago, then that's cool. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a really awkward engagement, actually, out of Solar. Yeah, there's no creep. And you have to walk up a ramp here, which always makes things a little awkward. I like this position. It's just kind of baiting out a response. Are there Vipers on the map yet? There's not. I'm surprised. Okay, here we go. 2 Vipers. It's a little late, though. Solar still didn't really manage to secure that 5th base. It's now once again in an awkward position, but this angle is easier to engage into, even without Vipers. Tank count is still pretty small. There's enough banelings, I think, to completely push this back, as Solar will now properly secure this high ground. Main base... No, right? Can you do this? This carries significant risk, because you first need to take out 2 spores, and during that period, you're losing a lot of HP on medevacs. So... you can deal damage for a long time. If Vipers are out and hit a parasitic, you end up losing a lot of Marines. This ends up going okay, but I still don't think this was necessarily as good as Cure maybe would have wanted. The moment there's spores something, it isn't necessarily the straight up damage of the spores, but it's just the fact that you need to kill them, which buys a lot of time for the Zerg player. So I don't think this was necessarily a great call. Lost a lot of map presence. Tank count pretty much has been reset. And I almost feel like at this point, Solar can just morph a bunch of banelings and kind of take it from there. I'll talk about city recommendations if you're planning on going to the Netherlands after this game. But the game actually kind of kicked off, so I want to talk a bit about StarCraft as well. Bunch of queens are going to go down. This is a pretty big hit. Not necessarily money-wise. Like, losing queens is annoying, but they really only cost minerals. The problem is that now it's going to be difficult to re-establish creep up here. And ideally, Solar also would be re-establishing some creep towards this general area. We have some minor engages here on the left side. Ghost count is now climbing as well. I think there's almost too many workers at this point for Cure, which he can't really be using because he's pretty much hard stuck on 4 bases. Like oversaturation. Well, not necessarily oversaturation here, but it feels like he has too many workers. I don't understand how he's not oversaturated on 5 bases with 89 workers. Or on 4 bases. Like, where are all these workers? I don't see them. Are they transferring already or something? Oh, okay. Yeah. A bunch were. Yeah, that makes sense then. So that's 24 workers here that are in vision. This medevac gets pushed back. We have adaptive talents coming out. Seismic Spines has finished already. Yeah, here, this is such prime creep spreading time right now. But because the queens died, that's not going to be possible. So we have one queen being rebuilt. But this is super awkward for Solar, honestly. Like, he wanted to spread creep for such a long time already. And he's not really managing to do it because he has so little active tumors. So despite that being a minor mineral loss, it is a massive loss when it comes to keeping map control. And being able to take fights close to the opponent base. Because right now, all of Solar's fights have disastrous consequences if he ends up losing them. Oh, this is a good move though. This is almost a Dark-esque play. Really something Dark could do. Just sending everything across the map when you feel a little bit threatened. As a lot of these links are going in right now. Taking out SCVs is a pretty high pace. 60 more links are coming in as well. Triple Factory as a follow-up as the vehicle weapons level 3 start. Now, this is a very common setup that Cure goes for. The moment he is close to hitting +3 vehicle weapons, he adds in extra factories, pushes a couple of reactors on them, and completely replaces the Marine with Hellbats. Hellbats with +3 and Blue Flame one-shot links. So are much, much better, both at tanking as well as dishing out damage, than Marines are. So you just, basically they become your bio unit. You can also heal them with medevacts, and they're only minerals, which is basically just a better Marine, right? Well, yeah, that's just what it is in that case. Slightly less range and you can't attack air, but against this type of army, it's completely fine. This was an interesting fight, which we didn't completely catch, but... 6 more lurkers, 11 lurkers on the way. It's one hell of a transition. It's gonna get called out, though, by Cure, who will take out 6. At least forced to cancel on 6. Going to be just 5 lurkers because of that. Solar's trying to connect with some of these Marines on a personal level. Not quite working out as the Marines keep running away when they try to get close. Two Vipers right now, gathering quite a bit of energy from the Hive. So the topside base is being taken here by Solar, and that means that Solar right now is moving into I'm taking away money territory, which is very good territory if you're a Zerg player. This is a nice rotation again. I really think that Solar is the king of rotations. He's so good with it. Really understands how to move from side to side, basically. He really understands that. Now these tanks are being taken out as I think that's 3 tanks that just fell. There's 7 remaining still, but none of them are in position here. I don't think these Banes can actually clear this. Target fire is good by the planetary. Nice little pickup on those SCVs as well. +3 melee wasn't finished yet, which means a lot of them will stay alive. I'm not sure if with +3 you actually kill them. You probably do, right? No, you probably don't, actually. Nah, I don't think you do. Never mind. I don't actually know, though. Do you one-shot them? I have no clue. We'll have to figure that out another day. Nidus network going up in the main base. Are there lurkers in there? No, but they're very nearby the Nidus at least. Solar trying to stop this fight from going haywire. The Nidus will finish up. What does Cure have in the main? It's a single tank, but that's not enough. If Solar was paying attention here, this could have had some pretty big consequences. He messed this up completely. This was a really good chance to break his opponent, honest to God. I'm so surprised that he messed it up. Solar usually is very quick with these things. Medevac count is extremely low, by the way. There was nothing here at all defensively. This is pain. This is actual pain. It really is. And what are you going to do with this? This is a garbage Nidus, mate. Does nothing for you. Lurkers are moving forward. Lynx trying to pop in as well. But there's 5-6 tanks here. Lurkers are trying to burrow. But there's too much Terran. There's too much Terran. I think Cure might actually be in a position right now where he can keep on putting on pressure. That Lurker Nidus was really the kind of the saving grace here for Solar, but he messed that up. One more rotation perhaps remaining towards this left side could be big. Solar tries to re-establish this base. Don't forget it's in range of the sensor tower, so Cure should be somewhat aware of it. His bottom side bases will be hard to hold as the Nidus now wants to go there. There's a couple of Hydras in the Nidus. Not sure what they're doing there, but That's where they want to be, and that's where they want to be. There's not a single lurker here either. And this is just bad. This doesn't look good for Solar right now. It does not look good for Solar. He has no chance of... Wait, what? Why did he just borrow a bunch of links in front of his opponent? That's taunting. That is a taunt. That's not okay. We do not approve of taunts here on the Harstem channel. This Hydra also doesn't approve of staying alive as he dies, moving into a planetary. 3 Hellbats at a time being produced. Very high tier. Do we have pre-infernal igniters? No, we don't. Ooh. Oh. Do we have Neural? No Neural. I think Solar has a final fight in him. Wanted to go with the Infestors, doesn't quite get it. Blinding Cloud does connect. This is an okay fight so far, but the Banelings are running out of steam. There's simply not enough. Bio Army towards the bottom side. Is Solar in position? No, not really. It's gonna get cancelled once more. Oi, 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 oi. Lurker now trying to move behind this mineral line. Budo. Scans are available. Plenty of scans are available, I think. Yeah, we have 6 orbital commands. Here comes the... Well, I'm not even sure if Solar wants to commit to this fight, but it should be the final fight if Solar tries to commit. Solar can't mine from the bottom side. Solar can't mine from the top side. Ascure continuously pushes forward. Oh, bit of a move command there. Sloppy control. Very sloppy control. I mean, this feels like game over, honestly. Alright, well, exciting, because then we get Reynor versus Hero. And then the finals will be pure... It will be a non-mirror match, no matter what happens. Which is, I think, always good. Not having mirror matches. Now we finally get Blue Flame. It's a little bit late, though. I think he thought he already had it. We get another scan out. Tank count is being increased 3 at a time. Here we go once more. Solar trying to get some kills. Types out the GG and will leave the game. And that, my dear friends, is going to be it for this series. And we immediately move over to NA. We message Reynor to invite us and we should be good. Solar lost because he lost the 6 queens. Unironically pretty close to the truth. Who beat Maxpax? Firefly beat Maxpax. And Clem got beaten by Hero. Hot take. We get too little PvP in very high stakes tournaments nowadays. Yeah, maybe not incorrect. I don't mind it though. I'm not a huge fan of watching PvP. Oh, got a game already. I want to relax for a little bit. Oh, Dutch city recommendations. So I have a couple that people tend to enjoy. Leiden, high tier city. Leiden is a high tier city. Leiden is basically Amsterdam, but less tourists, way less tourists, especially less British people, which is a major positive. So that's number 1, Leiden. Then I would recommend The Hague as well. That's where our government buildings are. If you're into like that type of stuff, I'm just throwing some cities out there, and then you can see if there's anything you want to do there. Then there is Utrecht, or Utrecht, as you guys would say it. Not a bad city either. I like those 3, okay? I like those 3 cities. I know people have said that they liked Rotterdam as well, but I live there, so once you live somewhere, it loses all, you know, you can't look at that place anymore. Although I've also lived in The Hague. I can say that's a good place. I enjoyed my walks there tremendously. It's a nice city. Thoughts on Belgium versus Netherlands? Is that the rival country? That's what Belgium thinks, but it's... You can't really be rivals with someone that is so inferior. You know what I mean? It's like if you had a little brother and your little brother is playing Tekken against you. And in your little brother's life, he's only played Tekken against you. And he always loses. Your little brother might think that you're his rival, you know? Because he has no other experience. But you know that your little brother is hot garbage at Tekken. So it's not a rival, it's just someone you beat up on. And you're nice to them because, you know, it's your brother. And it kind of feels like it's family. Well, your brother is family. So you're somewhat nice to them. And, you know, you're not going to give them a win ever. But you might make it a bit close at times. That's a bit what with the Netherlands and Belgium as well. They're much, much inferior to the Netherlands. But the Belgians, for some reason, haven't quite figured it out yet. Bad at reading social clues, perhaps. Who's the true rival to the Netherlands, then? We don't really have rivals. I think historically it probably was Spain. Spain is a pretty big rival of ours, if I recall correctly. And otherwise, I think we get along with most countries. Like we're what do you call it? We're a opportunistic country, you know? Whichever way the wind goes, that's where the Dutch go as well. You know, he's friendly, cooperative. That is really the word I would use for the Dutch as a people. Direct is what people often say as well, which is not a compliment most of the time. A lot of Dutch people think that direct, you know, is the same as being rude. Because there are some rude Dutch people too. Very true. Switzerland on top. Yeah, the Netherlands is kind of like a worse version of Switzerland. Like, we aspire to be Switzerland, basically. Without the tax evasion. Like that, well, actually, we've been trying that as well, but I think we're an inferior version of Switzerland is what the Netherlands really is. I wonder if there have been any Belgian StarCraft 2 pros. Oh, I can help you out there. The answer is no. Well, that's not true. Feast was a Belgian pro. There used to be a player called Oh Really, spelled like this. Like the owl meme. Like the, oh really? Some people just can't handle the truth, bro. In this day and age, being honest is basically being rude. No, there's a lot of Dutch people that are just rude. You can also be honest and be rude at the same time, no? There's multiple ways you can communicate a truth. It doesn't always have to be rude. I think often people think that as long as they're being honest or being truthful, that it means that, you know, they can't be dicks. And you can be a complete prick while speaking the truth. So the way you bring a message can, you know, can reduce the impact of the message. And so a much more optimal way of communicating is often by not having people hate you. It makes it a lot easier. What is it again? You catch more flies with honey than with... I don't know what the other substance is. But I do think you catch more flies with honey as well. Should have seen 1988 when they beat Germany in European Championship. That was proper hatred. I had Dutch family members who yelled all kinds of slurs. Oh yeah, the Dutch hated the Germans. I think nowadays not so much anymore. But even growing up, we truly disliked a lot of Germans. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that has died down. Like, I feel because I think there's not so many people that grew up during the war anymore, you know? I think there was a lot of leftover hatred for sure between Germans and Dutch people. All right, we've had a pretty standard opener here. 4 links have gone down. 3 adepts into Nexus. It's going to be 2 oracles now flying in. Hero is a magician with these oracles, okay? He does things that other people can only dream of. And one of those things that other people only dream of is getting drone kills. Hero is very, very good at this. He's going to try and fly in. There's not a single drone available currently at this natural base. As Reynor's queens are moving. And they're moving in a very solid way as well. Hero might get one. Doesn't dare going in. Reynor's movement a little bit too solid here. 5 adepts moving forward. This came as not a complete surprise, but a little bit of a surprise. Reynor is struggling to get all the defenses in place, but so far has managed to. Third base about to finish up. We have Forged Twilight. Hero is going to build 5 more gateways from this point on out. Push across the map with 7 gates, +1 and Blink Stalkers. If Reynor doesn't know that this is coming, he has not prepared well. He could have asked me as well. Hero has been playing the exact same style for the past... honestly, the past month and a half. Literally the same build, game after game after game. How Ragnarok lost to him in GSL is and legitimately losing to the first Blink push is a freaking miracle. I don't understand how that is possible. If someone has been playing the exact same builder again and again and again, and it comes as a surprise to you, you have performed poorly. You have not done your duty as a pro player. You have not. So yeah, we're seeing 5, oh, even 6 gateways. I've actually seen him go 9 gate and 8 gate, quite a bit as well. So not completely out of the realm of expectation here. He's gonna push across the map. He's probably gonna build a pylon and a gate. Oh my god. Oh my god, actually end me. This build has been played a lot as well by Hero. So he's gonna push across the map with Stalkers, then follow it up with Carriers. I do believe that Fleet Beacon and Stargate are too quick to put on serious pressure here. Like, he doesn't quite have the gas for this. But this has been a very common way of playing for him. This kind of looks like Showtime's build earlier, but better. This is just a standard build order. It has a slightly faster third base. It has less investment in adepts, which means it is less reliant on dealing a lot of damage with adepts. And it is also fairly safe. So yeah, it is very similar to the build, but because you don't go 4 adepts pre-warp gate, it is less obvious as to what is happening. Showtime is kind of signaling, in my opinion, to the world with the 4 adepts, hey, I'm going to be aggressive with adepts. But for a hero, in order to scout that, you need to see a warp in come in. And that is harder to scout than checking what the gateway is producing pre-warp gate. So yeah, just my 2 cents there. So the 8 gate blink is a fake, which is kind of crazy. But also this is... like, fakes really only make sense if you're trying to show your opponent that it's a fake. But Reynor is unaware of 4 of those gateways. So this is kind of an incomprehensible fake to me. I guess the fake comes from there not being any gases at the third base. But this is too high level for me, I think. I don't quite understand it. I'm gonna have to ask Reynor about it, what this is. Because I just don't get it. I'm sorry. Like, yeah. I think the same fake could have been made with 4 or with 6 gates and then a faster fourth base. Unlikely that you're gonna die anyway on Grass Vent. Loses 1 Oracle, which is unfortunate. We have a Zealot Stalker run by over here on the bottom side. I will ask Reynor though. I think he might be more aware of what this is, because I don't quite understand. Well, this is a disaster. The entire plan here of Hero was to make sure that the carriers don't get scouted, and then the carriers get scouted. This is just a little bit embarrassing, really. It really is. Spire now gets thrown down, and no Hydras will be built, most likely. Roach is pushing forward, will clear everything here. I'm not even sure if there's enough damage output here from the carriers to truly stop the march forward that Reynor is going for at this point. Reynor could be going in towards 10 gas as well, which I think he will try. A couple of Hydras being pushed out too. Yeah. I think Reynor shouldn't commit too hard though. He can trade out against these Zealots a little bit, but should be somewhat careful. He has superior eco, significant amount. So these trades have been so far pretty darn good for him. Because he trades out Roaches, which are bad units, against Zealots, which are bad units, but probably slightly better than Roaches. Follows it up with a lot of Hydras. There's going to be 4 carriers now with +1, but there's going to be 18 Hydras with almost +2. Still +1 for now, though. There's a bunch of transfuses available as well. I mean, this carrier attack does really nothing. Spire's about to finish up. We have Pneumatized Carapace, and we have 17 Hydras on the way. So it's going to be a Queen Walk with Hydras, probably going for the third base. This is an improvised response. I don't think Reynor has ever played this particular scenario before. But I am not super worried. There's no Disruptors. There's no Storm available. The only thing I am worried for as a Reynor fan is this Zealot run by. Because he's going to be maxed out, and there's not going to be reinforcements. If there's going to be reinforcements, it's going to be Hydras, which are awful against Zealots. There's no Queens at home either, and there's no Transfuse available right now here yet. So yeah, Reynor is going to be pushed back a little bit or forced into pretty much an all-in. And I think it's going to be forced into an all-in. He's trying to send Roaches back home. This is really uncomfortable. Really good run by though by Hero. Came in at the perfect time as well. 13, 14 workers going down immediately. Zealots could continue to move around. 69 workers. Nice. For Reynor. This feels a lot more all-in than it should be. Overlords did not make their way over to the push yet. That means that a lot of these transfuses cannot be used. I said this was an improvised response. I thought it was going to be fine, but perhaps I was incorrect, as this is looking really terrible now for Reynor. He's lost so many workers. This push is going nowhere. These overlords are vulnerable as well. Hero managed to somehow, some way make this work, as Reynor immediately rebuilt 17 workers. But yeah, this is it. This has been a disaster. He tried to finish a game where I think if he had just played it into a macro game with Lurker Corruptor as a follow-up, he would have been miles ahead of his opponent. Actually, miles ahead of his opponent. Now there's 6 carriers, plus 2 is a little over halfway done, and Reynor is in a very uncomfortable position in which he does not have a bank. He cannot quite produce Corruptors at this point because he first needs a stable ground army. He had that stable ground army already. This really delays his own macro game. He might be capable of still getting there and then perhaps even winning, as Hero's main strength often is not in the late game of this matchup. But in this position, honestly, I'd be surprised if he gets, you know, if he loses this game, I'd be somewhat surprised. 7 carriers with +2 against, well, the only anti-air being 19 Hydras. Vipers could be big, but 11 Corruptors coming in. 1 Abduct, 2 Abduct, that's big. 2 carriers will fall because of that. Do we have more energy available? No Templar with this push. Guardian Shield gets used. That's another carrier here that does get blasted in, but the Hydra count is rapidly falling. Corruptors need to join in and definitely help out. 1 Corruptor falls immediately before anything happens. I still believe it's going to be really hard for Reynor to do anything useful here, as 2 more carriers do get yoinked in. But there's just so much Hero and so little Reynor here. Reynor completely out of cash. Target fire on the Hydras above the Corruptors. I think that is the correct call. Once again goes back into those Hydras. Now it's attacking an Extractor. Surely that's not a real target. The problem here for Reynor is the complete lack of anti-air. GG gets called, and this has been Reynor's failure more so than Hero's win, because Reynor was in a fabulous position and he threw it out of the window with that improvised push. He should have stuck with what he knew, but he thought he could win the game, and he was wrong, and he paid the ultimate price of losing a game that was going to be a win otherwise. Look at that steep drop-off here in the army value. That was a terrible, terrible fight for him. 1 Grassland, 2 Dragon Skills, 3 Babylon. Oi, oi, oi. We're still talking about tipping culture. God, the one time I mentioned difference between Europe and America. Tricked into Hydras. Honestly, it wasn't even the Hydras, but the push. Yeah. Dragon Skills is a P map. There's no such thing as a Protoss map in this map pool, my friend. If someone told you Dragon Skills is a Protoss map, he's a liar. You should cut that person out of your life. That's toxic. Who do you think is better, Hero or Maxpax? I don't know. If I had to pick between Hero and Maxpax who to play, I'd always pick Hero. Because I think I'd have more chance against him. His playstyle is more inconsistent in PvP, for sure. Like Maxpax consistently beats me, and Hero beats me, but it feels less consistent. It feels inconsistent, almost. Reynor's gonna be fuming after this game, by the way. Like, he's swearing to himself in Italian right now. Which I don't know what that sounds like, but I think it's hilarious. Italians, they sound angry very fast, I think. It's the opposite of Belgian people. When a Belgian person sounds angry, they still sound kind of friendly. Which is, I think, why they've never made it on the world stage. You know, you can't really take a threat from them serious. They always lose in negotiations. I'll invade your country. Yeah, it's like, oh, piss off, Belgium, mate. You're not going to invade our country. You're speaking with a joke voice. It's like, no, I'm angry. Yeah, piss off. Half of the country also speaks French, which is already going to be a major downside of any country. And the other half speaks incomprehensible Dutch. So, really, this is a lose-lose. Yeah, Belgian people are too soft. I agree. Watch me get stabbed next time I go to Belgium. They play back all the negative things I've said about them. I'm not looking forward to that. Then again, there's no tournaments in Belgium. Don't have the competency to run a tournament after all. I'm just kidding. I actually enjoyed when I was in Belgium. I went to Belgium to visit the city Bruges once. Which was actually, it was okay. It was too touristic in my opinion. I had to stand in line for like an hour to visit a tower. I'm not big into like sites. I'm not a massive sites man anyway. You know, like our viewpoint, you know? People often think, it's a beautiful viewpoint. But what a lot of people don't realize is that loads of other people also take pictures from the same viewpoint. So you can just look those up online. So if you just want to see the view, you can just check the picture. You don't actually have to go there. It's like, yeah, but if you're there, it's very different. But I don't actually think it's true. Often when you go to viewpoints, you have to go up there, which is extremely tiring. So you're all sweaty, you're warm. If they're selling food somewhere around, it's going to be way too expensive. Well, you could just be watching those pictures on your PC in very high quality, kind of scroll around, while you're eating food that you like. Ooh. Like, for example, chili with a bagel. Thank you very much. That's high tier. Oh, I was actually getting pretty hungry too. Yeah, viewpoints are awful. Legitimately lowest tier thing you can do is just going to watch the sites. Same with architecture. Who goes to watch buildings when you can just... You can probably see the blueprints online if you would truly want to. I'm an awful tourist as well. I'm no fun to go on a holiday with. Because when I go on a holiday, I want to do things that I can't do at home. Which is sitting by the pool mainly. Because I don't have a pool at home. It's one of my biggest hobbies probably is just sitting next to a body of water. But not entering it. Just close to it. Not in the sun either. I want to be in the shadow. I want to be capable of having the ability to go into the water, but not doing it. And then having a refreshing drink on the side. Maybe like a coconut water or something. That is my dream holiday. It's the entire day that. Nothing else. Then pretending to read a book, but really just kind of staring off into the distance. Can't you find pools on Google Image? It's the sound of it though. I guess I could just print out a massive cardboard picture of a pool and then play pool noises. I love swimming in the sea, but not a fan of hotel pools usually. Really, I hate swimming in the sea. It's super salty. And lots of animals poop in there. It's kind of disgusting, if you ask me. People don't think about this stuff. Where do you think the fish poop? Exactly, in the sea. It's not like they use a toilet. Where do you think human poop goes? Probably into the cleaning facility. And then back into the sea. The entire sea is filled with poop. It's disgusting. People don't understand that. Hotel pools, they say, oh, kids pee in it. Yeah. What about the sea? Millions of animals. What do you think they do with their pee? What do you think you're drinking right now? And it's salty as well, which disgusts me. Oh, this is good shading. This is not looking good here for Reynor. Good recall. I like that recall. Void Ray first. It's going to be an Immortal push follow-up. But not really an Immortal push. But still an Immortal push. What is this Forge doing here? If this Forge wasn't here, I would understand what this was. But with this Forge here, I have no clue what we're looking at. Now I'm confused. Why are we drinking seawater? You don't swim with your mouth open. Kind of a freak of a human are you? Everyone I know swims with their mouth open. God, I freaking hate swimming in the sea. It's the worst thing you can do with your time, I think. Also, I hate currents. Sometimes you have these pools that mimic the seawater. The person that invented that is the biggest idiot. Like, the entire point of pools is that they don't have a current, so you can kind of relax. And then some guy is like, you know, it'd be good. Pick the worst part of the sea. We put that into our calm pool. Like, the only thing missing is making the water salt on top of it. Ta-da! We now have the sea. Yeah, congratulations. Why do you think we made pools, you moron? If you want to go to the sea, I could just swim there. Release some animals in it as well so they can poop in it. Imagine that. When you're in your local swimming pool, some guy comes in with like a bucket of poop and just throws it in. There, we want the sea experience in our pool. Yeah, piss off. That's not what I go to a pool for, you morons. Alright. 12 workers have died at this point. And it's going into disruptors. Twilight Council. It's kind of playing like how Showtime would. But this opener was significantly better because he's killed a crap ton of workers already. Reynor is trying to escape out of this. Like, Reynor is a player that likes killing opponents, but I don't think he can right now. So he's going double Evo and is probably planning on playing a long con game here. He's adding a lot of workers, so I think the first time Reynor can be dangerous is maybe at 9:10 or so. 9:20, something along those lines. I don't think it's possible for him to be dangerous before. That means that Hero has a significant window here where denying creep could be possible. He's playing off a low worker count on 3 bases with a high amount of gateways. I don't think he can hit at timing. Because there's no prism and... Maybe he can? Let me take a look at these armies. Now, this is bait. You can't go in here. I think Hero looks at it and also knows. You can't go in here, not with an army like this. There needs to be something to tank Baneling shots, by the way. I think Hero might have overreacted to the +1 range, building too many disruptors with Stalkers. He thought it was going to be Roach Hydra again. And now he's playing against Banelings. He's kind of in a weird position. He's going into Colossi, but Colossi, they take so much time to get online. I almost feel like he's giving his opponent a window to win the game. Because Reynor is very close to maxing out now. It's going to be earlier even than 9:10, 9:20. It's going to be like the 9-minute mark where he can probably either start doing run-bys or try to go make a play on this forward base. Despite a pretty bad early game, I think he might have something that he can do here. Stasis gets blasted. Void Ray also flies into that bile. This is not quite looking brilliant right now for Hero. We do have that Baneling flank as well coming in. Super Battery activates. Oh, this was a nice fight, honest to God. This was probably as good as it was going to get for Hero. It's still not going to be enough because his army consists of Stalker Colossi 9 minutes into a game while his opponent is maxed out on Banelings. Yeah, you need something to deal with Banelings. Having a 1 Colossi without thermal lens, no Archons to tank, and no Storm, not quite going to cut it. He just gets completely destroyed here. Yeah, this was such a one-sided affair. An extremely one-sided affair here. GG gets called. Reynor ties up the series. It was fairly mediocre gameplay, honestly. Not a fan of this at all. kind of felt like Hero couldn't decide what he wanted to transition to after the first push. I think it's kind of a weird situation when you think someone... So... I think in this case, I think Hero misread. So you see pure Roach initially, and then all you scout is +1 as well. So all the signs are kind of pointing towards it being range units. And range units are really bad against Stalker Disruptor. Or really bad. They're not great against Stalker Disruptor. And there was also 2 Immortals in that army. I think Hero, he either needs to hit a very tight 3-base timing with this before Baneling count gets too big, or he needs to transition out of Stalkers the moment he sees Links and Banelings being added in. Because Stalker Disruptor just doesn't cut it against Link Baneling. You need either Archons for tanking to complement that army, or you're going to need a secondary type of splash to kill the Banelings before they reach you. So that has to be Storm, really. Like, I think he just misread that there. At what time are you going to be destroyed by Grubby in Little Wargame, sir? I'm never going to be destroyed by Grubby in Little Wargame, but I think we're playing tonight at 8. A little bit of Little Wargame. As he put out the challenge. Why the Dutch are so tall? It's to do with our genes, I think. Alright, welcome to game number 3 of DKZ Hero versus Reynor. Hero opening up with what we like to call a 13 pylon. So attempting to get the block onto the opponent's side's natural. How did the Anglo-Dutch wars affect the performance of Dutch StarCraft players? Dude, I have no clue. What's your thoughts on the collapse of the Netherlands parliament? I don't care. A good rule in life is to not follow politics too actively. Unless you're trying to influence it a lot. You know, before elections, I do a little bit of research, and then afterwards I try to think as little about politics as possible. Until the day that I'll run for Prime Minister. You know, first I'm gaining experience. And then boom. That will be me there. In the tower, as we call it in the Netherlands. The little tower. That's where our Prime Minister sits the entire day. Not sure what they do, but it sounds powerful. Thoughts on Aruba and Curacao? I've never been there. I wouldn't mind going though at some point. Weather seems good. People speak the same language as I do. That's high tier. Would you bike to work as the Prime Minister? Yeah, people that don't bike to work are also sociopaths. No, psychopaths. Bikes are the highest mode of transportation. I bought a bike like a year ago at this point, which has honestly been the best buy of my life. I had bikes before, but this particular one, it is so ridiculously fast. And it's completely red. It's actually insanely quick. Like, I pump the tires every single week. And the speed that I can reach on those bikes, I sometimes get stopped by the police because I'm reaching the speed limit of cars. That's crazy. They asked me if I have a license to operate such a speedy vehicle. I said, I don't need a license for my bike. And then I drive off, and they never catch me because I'm too fast. This is a true story. Happened multiple times. Okay, let's actually pay attention to the game a little bit. In the break of the next game, I'm going to be feeding myself real fast, so it won't interrupt. But you guys can talk with yourself in the meanwhile. get a snack of yourself or something. So just a fair warning. Okay, Oracle's on the way, so similar opener once more. We actually haven't seen any 6, 7 or 8 gate pressure really yet coming out of Hero, which is somewhat surprising. Now, if there is a map on which it is good, this one isn't actually bad, so I wouldn't mind seeing it here. Second Oracle, he's being very defensive with this one. Also checking for any overlords nearby. Forged Twilight. After 2 Oracles, this is uncharacteristic for Hero, is what I would call it. Because he is a 3 Oracle player. You know, in his bones. He can feel it, you know? Every single day he wakes up, he thinks to himself, he looks in the mirror and it's like, I see a triple Oracle player here, not some loser double Oracle abuser. He's like, no, 3 Oracles. That is a very Hero-like thing to do. 2 Oracles, it used to be the telltale sign of someone that had a tight build order, that wanted to push. I wonder if Heroes, if Reynor still remembers that. We were doing prep at some point for, I think it was a Katowice. And back then, Hero, whenever he would build 3 Oracles, he would play kind of a passive style. And if he would play 2 Oracles, he'd play a very aggressive style. This is the type of little tricks that, you know, you keep in your head. He's splitting them up as well. He's going for 2 sentries. Is he chronoing anything here? No, he's adding more and more gates. Reynor's going to scout this. Sees 1, 2, 3. Get your head again with me because you look so fine and I really want to make you mine. So that's 4 over here. That's 2 over here. We have a robotics facility coming in. We have no extra gases yet. It's going to be +1 melee as well here for little Reynor. This is kind of an intense build order, honestly. And I don't entirely know what to think of it. I have no thoughts at the moment. Because the 2 sentries, this is what's getting me. If the sentries weren't there, I'd say, okay, just pretty standard. If the robo wasn't here, I'd say, okay, pretty standard. Okay, but it is going to be a very dedicated all-in. It's 9 gate with a prism. Hero has done a... Oh, but also with a gateway. So he's going for the double. That's interesting and kind of weird. Reynor needs to stop, I think, pre-76. He hasn't checked gas count in quite a while. He needs this. He needs this info. Or, well, I think it would be smart for him to try and gather this info. This is actually a mistake. He's blindly building units right now, which is the correct call. But these extra drones, I don't think you want at all. I think this is a mistake. Every drone that is being added is a mistake at this point. Now, Stalkers are knocking on the door. There's no Ravagers out quite yet. Now we're getting them. Queens are falling. Those stasis wards trying to cover them. Oh, the flank. That is a nice initial stasis ward here. That's going to have quite an impact on this fight because this is, what, 20-odd links or so? Could blink forward to try and snipe the queens. I think that's what he's going to do. Here we go. Moves into a nice position between the hatchery and the minerals as well, making these links a lot less useful. Reynor's in a lot of trouble, but so is Hero when it comes to saving the money. Prism is being targeted down. Does get taken out. That is a huge mistake here out of Hero. Will snipe the fort base, which is nice, because it's going to remove a lot of larva from the map. Larva that otherwise, you know, that hatchery could be used for more larvas. It's going to be difficult for Reynor to perhaps spend all of his money in links, which is where the upgrades lay currently. Fort base is on the way. Reynor's worker count is at 66. And we might be going into a slightly longer game here. Fort base going to get cancelled. Big move here out of Reynor. Very big move. This is huge. Ooh, Reynor actually picks the in-between route. This carried some risk. If these Stalkers were there, he would have lost every single link. He's not going to, but he could have. That definitely was a move that carried some risk. More links being taken out. Blink forward will clear 4 or 5 more. This gateway could provide a nice little spot, potentially for Zealot Warpins. Yep, here we go. Charge not quite finished, but will be done soon. These Lynx try to engage into it. It's not quite end well for them. Baneling Nest is now on the way, but it's late. Fighting high numbers of Zealots, if you don't have Banelings, is difficult. Even if you have Banelings, it can be difficult. I'm so hungry, it's insane. Alright, +2, halfway done. 5th base, no, 4th base, sorry, my apologies. Drones slowly being added in. What are we expecting here? We're expecting this Zealot run by to try and deal some damage. Reynor has the perfect split off prepared for it. Oh, this was terrible micro by Hero. What are you doing, man? 30 supply of Zealots dying to 3 Banelings and a bunch of Roaches. They should have been pulled back. That was some god-awful control here out of our Protoss player. Really unimpressive. Very, very unimpressive. I don't understand why he would do that. Like, you communicated that you had the Zealots over here. You know your opponent saw it. So you're... I mean, if you're respecting your opponent, you know they're going to have something ready. You need to look at your Zealots. You can't just A-move them in and hope there's no Banelings. That was really a bad mistake. Because Hero had a lot of momentum on his side just now. He is losing that momentum slowly but surely. The longer this game goes, the closer we get to the adrenal glands. And the closer we get to +2 with centrifugal hooks, the worse this game is going to get. He had a window, and I think he's wasted that window at this point. 4 more gases on the way. Hero realized he wasted that window. I mean, he was basically up in workers, even in supply. Very little creep on the map. That's a dream scenario against someone like Reynor. Now, there's a bunch of these Zealots here. Please control them, for the love of everything that's holy. Like, come on. Like, this is not okay. You can't just send in 20 Zealots just for them to die into 5 Banelings. That is a bad mistake. You could clear these rocks right now. Just win yourself a little bit of extra time. But now you've given up map control with these 2 terrible run-bys. This was... Nah, this is incomprehensible mistakes here. Twice in a row as well. I don't understand that. I really don't. These are huge errors. If you have map control. Like, you need to control your units. You can't move command them into your opponent. When they have Banelings. Like, I understand it's punishing, but... Like, if it happens once, you're not going to make the same mistake twice. Same angle as well, 2 times in a row. Now it's Reynor's turn to have some fun. And this is a scary army. There's a lot of static D over here. But not quite so much in the natural. Archon count is looking good, though. Honestly. Archon count is looking real good. Wonder if it's going to be enough. Hero out of position with the important portion of his army. Stalker's trying to block these Banelings from coming in. There's an Archon flank moving in as well. Probe's not being pulled off the line. There is a Zealot run by. There's a Prism in the natural as well. This could be big. This could be very big. There's no more Banelings right now in this army. This would have been much bigger had Hero not lost all of his own workers. But the Zealots are still chasing at this point. These bad boys find the Queens not completely useful. Reynor forgets to transfuse there for a couple of seconds. Happens to the best. Only 4 drones have gone down so far. Absolutely great control on these workers here. As Hero is, well, it's in a pretty bad spot right now. Does not have the supply to do much of anything. Queens moving back and forth. 4 more DTs get warped in. Will they be for Archons? Will they be for harassment? For now, they're over here. 4 more Archons coming in, most likely. Yeah. Bring the total up to 6. There's just so many freaking Roaches. But there are also a bunch of Immortals. What Hero needs right now is time. How do you get time? Zealot run-bys. How do you get Zealot run-bys? With a Prism. There we go. Circle is complete. It is the circle of life. This army quality is actually surprisingly high. Could move it back a bit. This Zealot run-by is so important. It needs to win, like, time. It's not gonna win time, is it? Yeah, this Baneling run-by is huge. Because there's not enough defenses here to deal with it. Pro pool, I mean, it's technically in time, but at the same time it isn't. Archons moving forward now being blasted by these Roaches. Zealot run-bys being F2'd back home, which is also frustrating here. And I think Hero has actually lost this game, which means we're going to be getting a Zerg versus Terran final. I think with Cure versus Reynor. I mean, we could pretend that this game isn't over, but then we'd be lying. I think it is very over. I just don't see a way for Hero really to win a fight now. 65 army supply. He's never going to get a bigger army. He has bad upgrades. There's 36 Banes on the way. I think I can start my dinner. Ah, okay. Man, that was delicious. I really needed it as well. Some refreshment. Let me get some water too. And then I'll flame all of you for a bit. Don't worry. Food was good, by the way. Thanks. No, that's good for now. Not so hungry anymore. Thanks. Alright, pricks. Honestly, Hero was in complete control until he lost like 22 zealots to 8 banelings total. If he rotates zealots from that right side to the bottom side at any point, and also just micros his zealots as he runs them in, I think that game is a 100% win. He's in such a good spot. He's up in workers, same time 4th base, and he has a little bit of a gas bank. So he can transition into Immortal DT, Immortal plus DT Archons at any point. Like, this position is so ridiculously good for him that if he doesn't lose map control, there's no way he's losing that. Like, no way. Because Reynor always will need to continue playing Ravagerling Bane. His transition is too far away. Can't get into Lurkers because he doesn't have money. Can't get into Brute Lords because he doesn't have money. So that means if you get up to 10 Archons and you have 4 or 5 Immortals, you legitimately just win the game. Because Ravagerling Bane can't beat an army like that as long as it's semi-off creep. Like, it is just impossible. So really all Hero had to do was play it out properly, and then he loses 20 zealots. I mean, I wasn't 20? It actually might have been 20 total. Like, if you lose 4k resources to 7-8 banelings total, that is not a good trade at any point. Otherwise, he just wins it 100%. If you were stranded on an island with 3 pro players, who would you choose to help you survive? What? I wouldn't need anyone else. I just survive by myself. Why would I want these guys that just hold me down? I'd be there alone. Also, if I'm stranded on an island, why would I want to drag other people in there? That is super selfish. What the heck? If I could pick 3 people, I just would say none. Because I'm either gonna make it by myself or I'll die by myself. But then I'm not gonna drag them down with me. And also, their skills will be worse than mine. I once watched a video on how to make fire if you're in the wild. So, I have some pretty crazy survival skills, is what I'd say. You could eat Clem? I would want to eat Clem. He's French. Come on. If I want to eat something, it would be a German. Idiots. Lambo can fish? Can he really? He does strike me as someone that went fishing back in the day. Lambo. With like one of these bucket hats. Because they sometimes have these hats that have like fish hooks in them, you know? The amateur fishers. Noodles or bread? Which is more relevant? I have no clue. It's a stupid question. Is it true Dutch people ate their politician once? Johan van Oldenbarneveld? Yeah, I think so. I think that's true. Yeah, I want to say it's true. Is it Johan van Oldenbarneveld? Opgegeten. Oh no, it's Johan and Cornelis de Wit. My bad. No, that wasn't, not Oldenbarneveld. I knew that it was a Johan though. The double murder on the brothers Johan and Cornelis de Witt in 1672 in The Hague is the bloodiest out of our country's history. Both brothers were hung upside down in a tree, their body cut in pieces, and parts of the body were sold or eaten. Who would buy that, though? It also says sold or eaten, not sold and eaten. So there were people that were like, oh, I'd like to eat a piece. They didn't have to pay for it. And then there were others, like probably some fairly creepy people. Like, I want one of them legs, please. He's like, are you going to eat them? No. All right, $5. He's like, all right. Come here with the leg. Use it as a drumstick or something. It's a really weird guitar pick. I want some nails. Weirdos. Belgian tourist? Not unlikely, honestly. Johan de Witt. Disgusting. How do you even think this is a good idea? Surely they made this up as well, no? What is your opinion on Oscar award-winning comedy In Bruges? I like it. It's my favorite movie. I've mentioned this many times. This is not even news anymore. I love that movie. I also watched the other one by the Banshees of Reynor or whatever. I also thought that was good, but not as good. I thought it was good, you know, fine. Do you even know Kung Fu? You want to fight me next time, Fear Dragon? I don't know the rules of Kung Fu, but I'm pretty sure I'd beat you at it anyway. Is Kung Fu just with the hands? Are you not allowed to box? Is Kung Fu like pressure points where you hit them in the neck or something and they fall over? I don't actually know how Kung Fu works. It's high tier though. Are you threatening me? No, I'm challenging you. But if you don't accept the challenge, I'll still fight you. So it is both, really. You can either join the fight or you'll be pulled into it. Whoa. Dim. Everybody was kung fu fighting. I can't wait to see Fear Dragon versus Harstem Kung Fu show match next HomeStore Cup. We could do it. But you know what's the problem with Fear Dragon? Is that if we actually set it up, he would start practicing. I think all fights should always be between unpracticed people. It's just people that have no clue how to fight. And if you become too good, you're forced to retire. Imagine how much better the UFC was if it was just two random people. You know, you go to New York Times Square or something. It's the best of 5, I think. Yes, 500 ping. That's very high. Maybe I should mention that. That is fairly high. I won't. I don't want to be that guy. Maybe I'll get kicked out of the lobby. They won't allow me back in. Are you saying we should force Zero into retirement? No, I think just specifically for fighting. So when I was in Thailand, there was a bar. I think it was called the Reggae Bar. It's on one of them islands in the south. I can't recall which island it was either. And there, what they did is they'd have a real fight between, you know, two serious fighters. UFC or boxing or Thai boxing maybe. And then I think in the breaks in between the rounds, they'd get random people from the audience to box each other. And without, you know, and most of them were fairly drunk. And then they'd fight each other. And there would be a referee to make sure, you know, no one actually has to go to an ambulance or break something. And they'd match them up as well. I think that is a good concept in theory. Imagine major StarCraft 2 tournaments between absolutely random people with 0 skills. Yeah, that would also be very good, I think. Like, I unironically think that watching 2 complete noobs play, like people that have really never played before, would be hilarious. Like, it would actually be so good. And maybe we could get like one coach, you know? So you have one coach just screaming in the guy's ear, build probes! And the other is like, what's a probe? It's like, main structure! And it's like clicking on the extractor. And you have like one guy who's just continuously like scrolling the screen because he doesn't understand how the mouse works. My screen keeps moving. So, oh, it would be so good. The match would take like an hour. Yeah, just be best of ones, really. It would just be best of ones. Wait, he's playing 12 pool? Oh, no. I didn't even notice they were playing 12 pool here. Well, that's weird. This is what happens when you live in Italy. You get to ping 500 to the American server. Italians are always a little bit behind the rest of the world. He's actually 12 pooling the madman. Surely there's not a real build. I feel like this is going to be a terrible game. Like, I'm just thinking of scenarios in which this game isn't going to be terrible, and none of them are coming to my mind. Unless Cure doesn't SCV scout. He feels like the type of guy that would SCV scout, though. I guess the SCV scout is too late anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. So you go towards the bottom. You check with the Overlord where the SCV goes. How many links do you build? 10? 8. What? Yeah, okay, he dodged it. Nice. Good job. What are these links doing? You're gonna go for like a scout denial or something? Oh, you pretend it's pool first. What? I don't even think this would work against my Terran off race. What? This has to be the worst plan in the world of plans that I've ever seen in my entire life. So he's lost one SCV. A minor delay here. They still down 4 workers. Hello? Can we micro? I actually have a great anecdote that I want to share based on this game. So, for the people that don't know, back in the day, these unbuildable plates, when you would right-click them, you would attack them. They were marked as like an enemy unit, basically, in that way. So, nowadays, if you right-click it, your unit won't attack it. And back then, I think these unbuildable plates were relatively new. And there was a game between Slivko and Lucifron, in which Slivko, there was an Ohana, in which Slivko 6-pooled. Went back when you started with 6 workers, and Lucifron was he just played like a Reaper expand, and he wanted to move over here, and he accidentally right-clicked. So he started attacking the unbuildable plates rather than moving, then got surrounded, lost his Reaper, and lost the game as a result. The early days of StarCraft 2 were filled with idiotic stories like that. It was great. It really was something. Yeah, it's there because a bunker can be built, or like a double pylon wall back in the day also was very popular. This is a good kill. Cure is, in my mind, fairly far ahead right now, but I could be wrong. Because I'm not super familiar with this entire situation. It's going to be a roach opener.
Game paused.
This is very unfortunate that we get a laggy finals. Maybe we should just kick some observers that aren't me. Sometimes that works. Until Parting found that one map against Solar, I think that is the biggest blunder that GSL has ever made. Legitimately. Allowing that map to be in the map pool. Like it's almost an unforgivable mistake. I think. I didn't like the arguments of people that said that Solar should have checked. It's like, I don't think that is fair. I really don't think that is fair. Because I think as a general community, and for years, like the tournaments, basically, it is understood that every map, that type of trick is blocked, you know? It's not something you expect. So it is not a feature of the game. It really is just a bug, if anything. But you also can say, hey, this is a bug, you need to replay, because Parting prepared that strategy. So it's a major mess up on the part of GSL. But this would be kind of like if one of the maps had like a resource drop in the bottom right, and one of the players was aware of that. You know, it's like, it's just super messed up. Or like one of the patches on one of the sides of the map looks like blue mineral patches, but actually provides gold mineral patch income. Like, it is stupid. It's such a huge failure that was. It really was. And it was pretty impactful as well for Solar, if I recall correctly. I think he didn't make it out of the group. Yeah, GSL at fault, not Parting, obviously. Parting wasn't at fault. No, Parting did it perfectly as a competitor. Is this going to be a queen drop? It is going to be a queen drop. So 12 pool into queen drop roach. Queen drop roach. Where have I seen that last? Can't remember. I know Cyril did it once. I saw it recently as well in a replay. Yeah, we'll see. 2 eBays. This is quite powerful against... It's 7 queens? No. It's 4 queens. 7 roaches total. But it's a fake almost, isn't it? 10 more drones on the way. As these roaches now start moving forward. This is... I think Reynor is dead, honestly. I actually think Reynor is completely dead. Look at this. He's gonna lose every single drone here. There's nothing. He's gonna lose the roach warren as well. Unless this wins the game, which it really shouldn't, because there's any amount of marines. I think this game has just ended. It has actually just ended. Clear, clear, clear. Clear the boys, please. There you go. Hello? Target fire? No, not necessary, maybe. GG! Reynor loses game number 1 in, well, a very anticlimactic first game here. This is terrible. Wait, I'm the party host now? That's not good. How do I get this guy back in the saddle? Promote the leader. You think replaying would have been... I don't think replaying is correct in that case either. I don't actually know what the correct call is, but you can't replay it because Parting prepared for it. Because also the understanding is that whatever is on the map is in the tournament. And thus it should be allowed to be played. I think. So I think it's so hard because like it's just they've created a loss-loss scenario for themselves. Really. What's great to watch though? It has happened with Mapbox before. Has it? Which ones particularly? I can't remember any. I really can't remember any. What happened with Parting? Is he in the military? I think he's partially in the military. I think he has like some things, but I know he's kind of out. What's going on next match? I think Reynor is trying to relock. Like I'm trying to get some info as well. There was a map bug where a siege tank couldn't leave Romanticide main with a 2 depot plus add-on wall versus Protoss. I remember that. If you were forced to have a boxing match between every round of StarCraft, would you be a better pro? I think it would increase my chances of winning by quite a bit, yeah. Most definitely. But then I think complete randoms might be capable of beating me as well, so it's just hard to say. Do you feel famous? No. I sit in front of my computer, talk about games. Not very famous. Boxing legit does the most brain damage. You were tricked, Captain. No, it's okay. I've been playing Terra for quite a while now. My brain is as damaged as it's going to be for the next few years. Oh, why did I type good luck have fun? This is this is just a habit. I'm not sure I did that. That's my bad. That's my bad. Okay. It's gonna be playing 15 hatch over here. Like I said, actual brain damage. Dum 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 dum. Hope we're gonna get some bangers of games. $15 hatch, 15 pool. Right. Also known as the Eric build. Cheers from Uruguay. Cheers from the Netherlands, buddy. Glad to have you here. Wait, the cure's up 1-0. I should definitely put the score in properly. Now, what do we want to do here? Very often we still see the Reaper trying to deal some damage. Should not be capable of doing any against this particular opener, because the queens are out so fast. So often the goal with this opener is just to get queens out and skip the links, right? CC goes down on the low ground. Huh. Very curious. Queen start at 150. Queen takes 36 seconds to finish. Right? 36. That sounds about right. Yeah. 36 seconds to finish, which means they'll be out at 226. The Reaper arrives what? Maybe 226 as well? 223, 224? So there's not enough time to clear a drone, which means you can skip links altogether. Gas is a little bit delayed with this as well. So yeah, Reaper arrives at 23, it starts shooting. Maybe you need to build one spore. Oh. Yeah, one spore is being constructed here. It informs you as a Terran player about the timing of the speed as well, though. Speed is going to be significantly delayed with this type of opener very often. Third base went down too. Not a single link has been built quite yet here. Very nice. Roach Warren. Once again a Roach opener, as this Overlord's being taken out. Roach openers seem really good against a lot of players, but they don't seem so good against Cure. Cure has a policy of playing Banshee triple CC every single game. He's basically like Clem, but I think he's even more extreme. Clem sometimes mixes it up. Cure almost never mixes it up. He's a one-trick pony, but his one trick is really good. Now it's like if you could turn water into gold or something. I don't think people would ever get enough of that particular trick. They'd be impressed by it every single time. It's like, do the trick again, the water into gold. They're like, okay. There you go. It's going to be 7 roaches, which should do absolutely nothing. Does 1515 achieve anything against Protoss? I've been seeing it lately for some reason. Yeah, 1515 allows you to almost always get your hatchery down in your natural if you want as a Zerg. So, yeah, it achieves quite a bit. A lot of pros find it extremely frustrating to play against. Extremely frustrating. This is a weird opener though by Reynor, no? These 7 roaches. I don't know what to make of them really. I don't know what to make of them. They do kill the early game completely, and that I don't like because I'm an early game enjoyer. I've said it before, but yeah, I'm particularly fond of the early game. If there's one thing I'm gonna be fond of, then might as well be the early game. 6 cars into double Banshee. Into whatever else my man is going to end up doing here. He's really fast on that cloak, by the way. Can I just say that? Why is that? Uncanny how fast it is, no? He's gonna get his Medifex out at 625. A little bit later. Maybe 630. Okay, it's not so fast, maybe. Cloak Banshee is also moving back home without having achieved anything. It's really the fate of the average Cloak Banshee. Reynor expands towards the far right side. Double Evo chambers. Makes you wonder whether it's going to be 1-1 Roach or if he's going to play melee. Melee upgrades and maybe speed. Okay, Infestation Pit goes down immediately. Is this the Lurker Rush that I've heard about? I've heard of a Lurker Rush. I haven't seen much of it. But it's basically a very quick Lurker timing. On pretty decent eco as well. It's like 78, maybe 81 workers. Or is he gonna play Roach Infestor? That would actually hurt my heart. It really would. 7 more drones. Look at him go, huh? Literally nothing has happened in this early game. 2 workers have gone down. That is non-fun gaming here. Look at this, Infestors! He's going to defend the first Marine tank push with Infestor, Roach and 84 workers. This build seems insane, no? Eco-wise. Look at the creep threat as well. Infinite. 3, 4 more drones. Yeah, why not? Go back up to 90. What is this? What am I watching? This is crazy dominance, no? How the heck do you beat this? There's literally nothing happening. Nothing is going to happen for the next 5 minutes. Until Reynor decides it's time for something to happen. Should really get a 5th base at some point though. There's a lot of workers. Hydra then as well going down right now. I don't know, I'm just confused. I honestly am just confused. This looks like a fight with potential for Reynor. Takes it out. Definitely had some potential here for Reynor. What do you even do right now if you're a Terran player? Just sit back and what? And pray. Did you somehow get back into this game? I don't understand this at all. I don't. I really don't. Huh? Marines quickly popping in and out. I hope this style doesn't become the new meta, because this is freaking boring. It's literally just sitting, doing nothing. There's 9 minutes of inaction. TVZ is usually one of my favorite matchups to watch. I enjoy it massively, but what is this garbage? My man is sitting at home. Doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, whatever. It's gonna go with Vipers now and perhaps Lurkers. Fort base build in position. Double tanks, Vikings on the way, Ghost Academy finishing up. Do we have the extra barracks done? Yes, we do. Could get a couple extra command centers as well if it really feels like it. One more Lurker. Good lord. This is the type of game that puts me to sleep. Holy crap. There's actually nothing happening. Reynor already taking a base of his opponent at the 10-minute mark. So he's planning on not doing anything for the next 35 minutes. Ah, you can't be serious, right? This gives me actual brain rot. Ah, come on. I'm not gonna watch a game like this. If you lose these Banshees, I'll be upset. Thank you. We're 10 minutes in and a total resources loss of 4,000. Ah! I think Reynor's legitimately not planning on attacking. Like any major attack. I thought he was going to go for a timing with Lurker, but he's going for a timing with nothing. Come on. It's getting melee upgrades, bailing speed as well. He has to flame it, dude. I could tab out and start flaming him on Skype as we speak. Nah, I really don't enjoy this type of game. I don't. It's not so interesting for me, I think. Like, this is why the roach should be removed. When's the last time you saw a fun interaction with a roach in it? I actually can't remember it, unironically. I think the roach is one of the worst units in the entire game. There's nothing fun about them. Losing to them is garbage, winning with them is garbage. And they kill games that could be fun by being too tanky in the early game. Do you want to start casting together next game? Yeah. Sure. You want to come over? Like, actually end me otherwise. This is insanely boring. Burrow movement versus burrow movement is great. Sure. This is something that Zerg fetishists enjoy, which Lambo is one of. People, when they watch their mirror matchups, always get a little bit funny in general. They pretend like things are greater than in the other mirror matchups, even when it's not the case. We all know that PvP is the greatest mirror matchup because Blinkstalker Disruptor and just gateway units fighting each other is very fun. But then when you hear Zergs talk about ZVZ, for a second you sometimes believe that it's true. If you stream as well, do I need to put delay? I never put a delay. I know some other people make delays, but I don't think it's necessary actually. Standard ZVZ is the best. See, here we have the Zerg fetishist. Why isn't burrow movement research more often in early and real matches? Too costly? It often doesn't really serve a purpose. Yeah, quite a bit. The rule should be if you bank 10k resources, you auto lose. So people would just stop mining once they get like 9k resources. They just put all their workers on hold position for a bit. I don't think that... I think it would make the game significantly worse. That's a bad rule. Nice snipes there. Uh-oh.
Add-on complete.
I actually want to fall asleep. Just end me. There's going to be a fight with some real potential, at least. It's gonna pop in here. You know what would be worse than this game going on for 50 minutes? Is if this game goes on for 50 minutes and Reynor wins. Because then he's gonna continuously play this style, which actually already is... It's painful to watch. It really is not fun. Hydras are finding a lot of damage. Can you make a bot for me, Fear Dragon, where if a major fight is about to kick off, it sets like an alarm. I can wake up. Hey, the game is going to end in legitimately the worst way possible. It's either going to end in 25 minutes from now, or it's going to end with a couple more fights coming in. But I'm afraid that Cure is going to be capable of stabilizing despite having very little workers. And because this map is so good defensively for Terran in the late game, I'm afraid that Reynor is also going to end up losing it. You can make it set an alarm after a major fight has taken place. So I sleep through the fun parts and then you wake me up as the camping starts again. That is completely useless, Fear Dragon. But I appreciate it. You tried. Yeah, do you like Who Wants to Be a Grandmaster more? Do you like the sections better than the last one? We have many games set up, so we'll rotate through them. This is a terrible fight for Reynor, which is bad news for us and good news for Cure. Actually, it's good news in the sense that Reynor might believe that he doesn't want to play this style ever again. This lurker run by is now coming in. The award for the most hype-killing casting ever goes to... In order to kill hype, there needs to be hype first, doesn't there? But... Okay. If this is the problem. Like, people just want fakeness, I think. But it is not interesting, and I can't make it interesting. It is absolutely impossible. I could talk about things. It's been a long day already for me as well. The Taylor Swift tickets didn't work out the way I wanted to either. You know, it's a bummer. All right, we'll go. Oh, both players maxed out right now as the Banelings are running around the map. Infestors burrowed. This is looking to be a banger of a late game over here on Dragon Skills. All of these are just spreading all over the map. Oh, big shot out of the tank with a huge kill on that Infestor. What an exciting interaction as the Lynx are running in. The Banelings moving forward as well. The sensor tower is gonna get taken out most likely. Oh no, Reynor gets slaughtered here in this fight. But we'll take out the planetary. Oh, what a great engagement there. I can't wait to watch more of those as 78 new links are in production. Let me check how loud I actually am being so I don't get knocked out by my wife in a couple of seconds for waking up the dog or something. 27 more Banes coming in as the game now truly is kicking off in overdrive. It was exciting all these 18 minutes and 31 seconds already, but this is truly giving me nerd chills right now. This is the GSL finals that I've wanted all of my life. Ship weapons level 1 on the way, as well as +2 vehicle plating. This is an upgrade we never see in this game. That is so crazy. +3 melee as well coming in. Tanks dealing a lot of damage. The lurker flank. What am I watching over here? This is StarCraft from a different planet, Tasteless. It's the tanks trying to siege up, getting in some damage. And Reynor with an absolute banger of a fight. Fungals everywhere. Oh my god. What an insane comeback from the Italian. Base is all over the map and keeps destroying his opponent in these big fights. This is insane to watch. 10 Lurker. A transition into Lurker. He's been switching from Hydraling Bane into Lurker, back into Hydraling Bane. There is no way Cure will expect this a 5th time in a row. What an exciting development here in this game that has been going on for 19 minutes and 32 seconds. 7 Hydras as well, more Hydras after losing 14 only so far this map. Creep spread is absolutely crazy. This is why they call him the Italian spreader. It's because he spreads creep wherever he goes. It is mental. Lots of mules are mining and these guys, oh, they're giving you a payday, that's for sure. Look at them go, new. Turret gets taken out before it gets to be used. Nidus Network. When do you see that in a Zerg versus Terran late game? Almost never. As now the Vipers once again flying forward. Turrets are going to be taken out. We get this around here on the tanks. What a great engagement. Lurkers ready to burrow. Forgets one. What a huge blunder here by Reynor. That could have maybe cleared that turret even quicker. Forcing out more scans as Cure is biting the dust in all of these little engagements. Orbital Command is going to be targeted down as these Hellbats not powerful enough to stop the Hydra Lurker force. More and more bases being denied. Resources lost now. Slowly but surely creeping closer in favor of Reynor. 39k to 28. Nidus Network in the main base. Lurkers are in there already as the tank Hellion combination tries to deny that. Cure is on top of everything here with his responses. Oh, this has been some of the highest level StarCraft that I've seen in my entire life. The amount of entertainment that I'm getting from this game is so much higher than an average one. Tanks now shooting at one another. Fungal hits once again as this Orbital Command is under some very heavy fire. Hydralisk taking out Medivacs. Hydralisk taking out tanks. They're the ultimate unit here. There's nothing better than them. The Nidus Network gets taken out. The tank on siege is just slightly too fast. What a blunder. This Lurker with just 8 HP and 7 kills gets to survive. And if an SCV transfer comes in, oh, that could be trouble for the Terran. I'm looking forward to that as a Nidus barely gets taken out. Absolutely insane what we're seeing here with this multitasking, with the constant multi-prong. Overseer back in the corner as well, but the Hellbats continue chasing despite not having vision. He just knows. He just knows. This is game sense at a different level, my friends. Oh, this is the Lurker I was talking about. Look at that serious damage here. SCV transfer as well. It's gonna get taken out. 1, 2 shots. Pew, pew, pew. 3 more SCVs get taken out. Reynor taking firm control of this game. As this Nidus Network barely gets sniped once more. Nidus defensively now for this right side hatchery. When is the last time you saw that? Well, probably 3 games ago. As more and more links are streaming in, we'll take out all of these tanks, and I think that this might just be the straw that broke the camel's back, as there's too many straws on top of this camel already. Who is loading all of these straws on the camel? That's what I want to know. That is animal abuse. You know, the camels are known to be very powerful, but this is really pushing it into a bad direction, in my opinion. Why does no one ever ask that? Where are these camel abusers worldwide? That's what I want to know. People talk about conspiracy theories, about the moon landing and the world being flat. What about the camels? Who stands up for them? No one. Unbelievable. 33 Banes here on the way. 2 more Vipers as well. It's going to bring the total up to 3. You do 3 2 times, you get 6. 6 Vipers would be a crazy number. But for now, we're just going to stick with 3. Lynx flooding in, but the Hellbats stop it. So once again, action denied. Lurkers for now securing this top right side base. Spores, spine crawlers. There's absolutely everything here. Vehicle plating level 3. If we see vehicle plating level 3, I'm gonna dance a little bit because that is crazy. That is very crazy. I can't recall the last time I saw vehicle plating level 3 in such an epic late game like this one. This is why KungFu Cup is the highest esport, the greatest esports tournament in the world. Because you see this type of decision. After getting 2 of them, who would have expected a 3rd one to come out? That's just insane for me to watch. We get another big engagement here. Blinding Clouds are hitting all of those tanks. Banelings now moving forward. We'll try to connect with some of these Hellbats, but the Hellbats are not having an absolutely great time. Go, snipe, snipe, snipe. No, not quite working. Not enough energy on a lot of them. As once more this orbital command is gonna get denied. Refinery gets taken out. And a pretty decent fight here for Reynor. 53k resources lost against 37, but losing more resources, not the end of the world if you have an extra base mining, which is definitely going to be the case here. He's now pushing forward with these spores as well as continuously denying this base. And this is a very painful little, just a painful point in Cure's defenses. He is well set up here on the bottom side, but he's not well set up in the middle whatsoever. Does not have turrets, does not have the tank spread. The ghost count is not high enough anymore either. There's only 7, does not have the resources to get them going anymore either. This is not looking good, and we have a lot of new banelings coming in. That's 48 in total, and those 48 banelings, so they have a plan. Whether it's going to be now or in 5 minutes, we don't really care, because God knows that this is very exciting. 18 overlords on the map as well. Divided by 3, you get 6. That would be a crazy number of overlords to have. Here come the banelings moving forward. There's no flank. This is a one angle action attack, as this orbital is going to get blown up. SCV's going down at a very high pace as well. There was no Vipers in this attack, but it was not quite necessary. This base now being harassed by lurkers at the same time. 70 workers end up going down, and I think Cure's camel is truly collapsing now, as more and more straws are being piled on top of it. This is like kicking a dead camel at this point, what Reynor is doing, because boy is it over. 146 applied to 197. Lots of minerals. Lots of gas still in the bank. I think we might see the end of this upgrade. +3 vehicle plane. It would be crazy. In a professional game of StarCraft 3, this has never been shown before. A Terran sitting there and taking waves of Zerg while simultaneously doing nothing else. This is peak StarCraft 2. This is the highest level of action. This is what strategy games are all about. This is a bug, by the way. Well, it's flying and it tries to land. It shows as a command center, not as an orbital command. It's amateur errors over here by Blizzard. Absolutely amateur errors. Has +3. Oh. That's crazy. Vehicle plating level 3. That is insane. Look at the impact it has on this fight as well. These tanks, they're just withstanding 1 or 2 extra Zergling shots there. To me, that is what StarCraft is all about. Is this level of decisions. That's why we're watching and why they're playing. Because I never could have expected this. Refinery being taken out, that is hugely impactful. Yes, you can't mine from it anymore, but it still serves as a spotter later on in the game. Having to rebuild that is going to be one hell of a hassle, because you can't. Oh, tank is going to get joinked in as well, as Reynor actually kind of running out of resources. And losing this top right side base. It's the game... Wait a second. Wait a second. Income still looking better for Reynor here, but if this manages to land and we get, what, 7-8 mules? You build what? 30, 40 marines, couple of Hellbats? Is it possible? And then you start mining this base after a while. Are we in a scenario right now in which it is Reynor who is on the timer? 12 lurkers. Once again, Hydraling Bane into Lurker, into Hydraling Bane, into Lurker, into Hydraling Bane, into Lurker, into Hydraling Bane. And now again, who could have seen it coming? Not me, not you, but Lurkers once more. 12 of them to be exact. The decision making here in this series so far has been nothing short but phenomenal. As this top right side base is now mining, the mules are going back and forth between the minerals and the command center. So we've kind of hit a lull in this otherwise very exciting and hype game. Oh, but we're ramping up to more action. Lurkers splitting up. Vipers sniffing if there's anywhere they can go. Here we go. Blinding Cloud, Blinding Cloud, Blinding Cloud, Blinding Cloud. Puff, puff. No, everything gets EMP'd. Is it going to matter though? Lurkers burrowing in bad positions. Thor is out there as well. Oh, Reynor. Did you go too deep? I think he might have. I think Cure has done it. GG gets called. The comeback is real here as Cure takes game number 2 after 20 minutes of insane high-paced back and forth action. This is one of the most... This is legitimately some of the sickest stuff I've seen in my entire life. Holy crap. That ending was legitimately pretty crazy. The rest of the game was freaking terrible. Where's Lambo? There we go. Okay, I'll call him immediately as well.
Hello.
Hello. Wait, we need to check if your noise is correct. Can the people hear you? Can the people hear me?
Test. Can people hear me?
I think I need to boost you a bit.
Hear me?
Keep speaking, keep speaking.
Hello.
Is this good?
What's up, YouTube?
YouTube doesn't like you. Because you're a Zerg player. They're still upset about Hero losing to Reynor.
Hero losing to Reynor?
Yeah.
What about Reynor losing to Cure, though?
What?
No sympathy for that?
No,
But
the way
it's
that
2-0
Reynor
now.
played last game, he deserved the loss. That was not a fun thing to watch.
What do you mean?
That was not fun to watch.
And that's on Reynor and not on the guy camping?
What? No. Reynor started it. You know that Cure actually plays very attractive StarCraft when people don't play like Reynor. Reynor went...
No, this is a lie. What the fuck?
What? No, this is true.
He's the number 1 camper.
No,
He's
that's
literally
not
the
true.
number
He's not the number 1 camper anymore. No, he's a changed man. He's a changed man. He's a changed
I've seen
man.
replays.
What?
No,
No, I
I've
can
seen
send you
ladder
replays.
replays.
This is rewriting history like only the Zerg Cabal can. This is actually
No
insane.
way.
I'm actually getting gaslit. I've watched like 3 series of him in the past 2 days. There's no way.
The guy actually camps without anything happening. He's the only player to do that.
No. This is not at all what happened. Okay, last game, you see, you're speaking from ignorance, and that's a bad place to speak from, Lambo, let me tell you. No. What happened here is that Reynor opened up with Roach into Infestor into Lurker. Like, he wasn't planning on playing a game. From the very start, he wasn't planning on playing a game. And then he did nothing until 14 minutes into the game. Legitimately did nothing. And Cure couldn't move out. Literally nothing. Like, you can't move out into Roach Infestor. He just sat back. He went for +3 vehicle attack and +3 vehicle plating. What do you think of that, by the way, Lambo?
No, that's crazy. I've never seen that upgrade, aside from every TVZ late game. But it's... You realize you also can't really attack into the tanks with this style. Right. If the Terran just sits there, the Zerg also has to sit there.
Yeah, okay. But the Zerg started the sitting. If
you're
Zerg
blaming him
would've
for
played
doing the
Link
right
Bane,
play,
he
though.
wouldn't have sat. And now the map is Grassvan, so... I mean, you can't blame Cure for camping on this particular map, can you?
On Dragon's Cage is literally the worst map for camping.
Yeah, but on the next on this particular map, if Cure...
Okay.
I mean,
So you're already making a new
No.
excuse
Okay,
for him to
the
camp.
last game was provoked. Last game was provoked. That's not on Cure. That wasn't Cure. We already established that.
Right.
And then this game, you can't blame a guy for camping on Grassland. This is legitimately the best map for camping. I mean,
So it's not on Cure.
no, it's not on Cure. Well, he's a competitor, isn't he? He wants to win. I mean,
And what is Reynor?
well, he
'Cause
didn't
for
win
Reynor
last
it
game,
would've been-
so he lost and played a boring style. Then we can hold that against him.
Yeah, but he tried to play for the win by not
Yeah.
attacking.
Was he really though? I'm not sure about it. First game, he played 12 pool into a roach queen drop.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, no? That's not playing to, and that's just playing for the entertainment. And how did that go?
Yeah, he lost in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. You want to do the introductions or no?
Sure.
Bottom right,
what
bottom right.
camera? Bottom right, okay.
bottom right.
In the bottom right, the man who's up 2-0, representing Team Envy. Even though I thought Envy wasn't even a thing anymore, I think it's Abydos now. Anyways, it's Cure.
Smooth.
Nice, nice.
Top left spawning for Basilisk. GG. It is Reynor. But also representing Red Bull at the same time.
Yep.
How long has he been with Red Bull, do you know?
I think it's for maybe ever since he became world champion. I think it was before that already, right? So maybe 3 years would be my guess. Oh no, he lost that round.
In the
You
first
hate
game,
to
he
see it.
complained about ping. He said he had 500 ping.
Yeah, he's in Italy, so his internet is always worse there.
Yeah. Even to the Italian servers, he has 150 ping. If there were Italian servers. that
If
is.
they were Italian servers. But as we all know, Blizzard is preferring the Netherlands players. They put the server right in your basement. So
It's true. They pay me for it as well.
yeah.
All right. Third CC. Ooh, this is exciting. This is a build we haven't quite seen before out of Cure. Triple CC Banshee. I wonder if he's going to be making 6 cars again or not.
Well, he didn't open like this last game, did he? Two
No, he
Marines
did.
after the Reaper. He did?
Oh, no, not with the 2 Marines. Not with the 2 Marines. But everything else
Yeah,
the
so
same.
this is different. Yeah, it might be 2 less cars now.
But he's always been building 6 cars so far. Or you
Oh
build less
my
cars and
God.
you build more Marines?
He got the tumor. It's unbelievable. Usually the Reaper on an A is really bad in general because you can't get anything done.
He
Like
got
on
2
an A,
tumors.
anyone that makes 6 Zerglings, I think, is honestly needs a new pair of balls because that's embarrassing. If you can't micro your Zerglings back against a guy that is making his Reaper with 160 ping plus, I think that's embarrassing on the Zerg side. So, and now he actually got a drone and 2 tumors. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's some might even consider it more unusual than +3 vehicle armor. But those, I mean, I'm not sure if any of you guys are in the chat, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It's going to be Bio again, and I'm looking forward to an interactive game between these 2 players. Ooh, this is a quick lair. Is he going to play Muta?
It could be, it could be. This is a little bit too early for just painting speed, but maybe he just had the money for it and he figured might as well. Could also be a really late Nidus, theoretically. You know who... Dark, whenever he loses his first Overlord, he always just throws on a Roachborn and doesn't all in. Or he Niduses. Every single time. He instantly starts a lair or a Roachborn. And I don't think Terran players realize this yet. Because it works very often. Like, he's tilted by the fact that he's supply blocked. He just makes a Roachborn and he does a random attack. Sometimes it's even better than his real build orders. Because he makes it earlier then. Yeah. It's the greatest thing for me to watch because it's literally every single time.
I'm gonna pay attention to that next time he loses an Overlord. Third CC has landed at this point. As we're... was it 6 cars? Yeah, it was 6 cars. Huge surprise. Cure losing the Reaper, but the Reaper did his job already, so it doesn't matter anymore. You can throw it away at this point. It also doesn't really, have any value later on in the game. Although, maybe against like Lynx, you can still get like a good grenade in, but there's no way that people will do that, right?
Yeah, not really. In theory, I think just adding in some Reapers for grenades would be really good because it's a form of like you can control your opponent's units. They're getting bounced back. They can't attack. I think theoretically it would be in a perfect world. Like if an AI would be playing Sacrifice, it would be good. Cure playing so passively, by the way. He left 3 cars at home the entire time. Then he hit both benches. Now he's coming in with both benches at the same time. Reynor not far enough out with the Overlords. Because he also didn't have, obviously, a scouting of this Banshee. But he still went for Blind Spores. And now, as you said, he's going for the Muta.
Yeah. I kind of like that. After being blasted in the late game, last game, he's like, all right, make sure that it doesn't get into the late game. And this is a difficult map as well to play late game on, right? The moment you establish 5 bases as Terran, well, really the moment you establish 4 bases as Terran, you get a free 5th, and then you pretty much have a free 6th as well. And then the only one you still need to work for is the 7th, and maybe the 8th a little bit. But Yeah, it's really hard to die on this map.
And the fourth already is free because it's right next to your natural. Like your tanks can protect your third base and your fourth base, and you can put a sensor tower that's untargetable at the fourth base, like in between the minerals.
Ah.
And then you literally see all the rotations. So all of the 6 bases are super safe. It is very frustrating if you play against someone that just camps. There's a good chance that is the initial game plan of Cure. But Cure for now going for the tank push, move out, which is very common, especially with 2 Banshees. The 2 Banshees alone are really good against the run by. So even though he doesn't know yet that it's Muta, going for a tank push, which is quite good against Muta as well.
Interesting. Has pretty high supply already too, by the way. The Mutas are now coming out. This hits at the absolutely perfect timing. Tank hasn't sieged up yet. Don't think that can solve the Mutas. Mutas are trying to go for a bit of a, well, not a flank, but seeing if there's any reinforcements. Maybe if they can cut it off. Maybe can take out a tank with some good movement. 1-1 has finished up here for Cure. There's no centrifugal hooks yet. It's going to make life pretty difficult for Reynor. If the reinforcements arrive before Reynor cleans this up, this could be really hard now.
Yeah, it will be really bad for Reynor. So I think once he sees these units move out, he now wants to engage pretty much. It also would have been right before combat shields, which would have been terrible for Cure. His combat shields was really late, which means the Banings would have one-shot the Marines after a stim, which usually Marines do stim before the engagement. So yeah, Reynor now trying to cut off the reinforcements instead. Those are without a medevac, so really good move by Reynor. They're stimming back now. The medevac is reinforcing it and actually saving the tank, and instant focus fire on the Banings as well. By Cure, this might now trigger Reynor to go for the full engage on the army, because he realized, okay, there's a lot of units now at home. But even if he decides to go for it, Cure has such a nice setup that I'm not sure it would be cost effective.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Hellbats now as the armory has finished too. We do see Reynor still trying to clean this up before the reinforcements arrive. Decent enough micros are out of Cure, who picks up the Marines, loses the tanks and the Hellbats, but will redrop the Marines as the reinforcements arrive. Banshees in the army as well, helping out. Don't forget, this is all 1-1 versus 0-0 in favor of Cure. Tanks sieging up pretty far back, as a lot of these Marines are pretty far into the orange, but almost all of them into the yellow at least. The medevacs are pretty much out of energy, at least 2 out of the 4, so needs to be careful with the stims.
Yeah, needs to be careful with the stims. Reynor during all of this couldn't drone because he was constantly afraid of dying. This is the downside of Muta. Since Mutas are so expensive, you have way less Ling Bane, so you need to stay on a lower worker count and on also later upgrades. So he's now behind. He's gonna be behind in economy. He already has less workers, so he needs to take a good engagement. He needs to trade well. He needs to use the Mutas that way. He already forced turrets at home, which is nice and all, but now the counterattack, catching some of the Marines. Once again, a tank is finishing up right at the perfect time to siege up, but there's a lot of SCVs here, way more than 16. And Reynor gets 11 initially, still has 4 Banings left. Decides to not engage there. Now blows out even a lot of Marines. These Banings traded really effectively, but at the same time also, he lost his own fort base.
Yeah, and hasn't been capable of starting his own 2-2 yet. So the moment 2-2 finishes up for Cure, it's going to be kind of dicey to be in Reynor's shoes here. Do see a flank here being set up. Hopefully before reinforcements arrive, Reynor can do something about this. For now, just targeting down these reinforcements. Maybe even trying to go for another run by as the Mutas join up with that significant Baneling force. There's a bunch of links to tank maybe initial shots as well. Now Reynor has a decision to make. Will he go for a flank or will he go for a counterattack? What do you think the correct call is here?
I think the flank is the correct call, but it's really hard to know. It looks like Reynor is going for it as well, though. I think he could also fish with the Mutas a little bit to get the Marines more out of position, so they need to run a little bit more during the engagement. But it would be really important, as you said, to engage before 2-2, which is what he's doing now. He has a nice spread on his units. The Banings are not perfectly spread, but the tanks also not focus firing at all from Cure, and this looked like a perfect cleanup from Reynor.
Yeah, big supply drop there for Cure, as well as a lot of tanks ending up falling. We do have Thors and mines on the way. 8 Rex production, fort base is already done and is pumping out, pumping in lots of minerals, I should say. No 5th CC quite on the way, but not entirely necessary. 4 base versus 4 base usually is a fine situation for the Terran. Let's also not forget that Terran has finished up the 2-2 upgrades, and Reynor is not heading towards a hive yet, and doesn't have his own 2-2. So upgrade-wise, not looking great for Reynor, but that fight was everything he needed.
Yeah, absolutely. It was necessary for him to even just stay in the game. I don't think Hive is on the menu yet. I think for now he needs another cleanup like that. He needs another couple of good fights or maybe a good counterattack to get back into it, because if he spends the money on a Hive and 3-3, Cure is just gonna start overwhelming him because it's difficult to trade effectively to begin with. So I think it's better to now focus on getting a bigger army the way he's doing it now, and then getting a hive a little bit later, start re-expanding, and the most important part is to get on the other side of the map with the Lingbane Muta. If you just use it as a fighting force, it's not gonna work. The reason Lingbane Muta works is because the Terran has to split their army, and then your army is faster, so you can have 100% army engagements against, let's say, 60% of the Terran, and that way take good engagement. So it's very important that Reynor gets on the other side of the map with the Mutas.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to do that right now. You have 17 Mutas feeling forced to go back home. Well, Reynor continues to... maybe can snipe a turret here. That would actually be kind of big. You're not in time there with the response on the SCV pool. We'll need to pull away at this one. There's actually no anti-air at all at home here. Like, there's a bunch of Marines. There's one Thors that are now moving back. Depots being taken out. The Mutas continue bouncing in between this third base and the main. At least can try to do that. Thor does get a shot off. And Reynor, well, bounces back for now. 77 workers against 76. Hive on the way. Hydralisk then on the way. Is this going to be a lurker follow-up?
Yeah, it's looking like it, because Cure is playing very Marauder heavy, Marauder Thor. Both of those are not that good against Lurker Zergling. So his follow-up is going to be Lurkers. He even catches some Marauders where Cure was not paying attention, so nice pick off there. The one thing that's also looking really rough for Reynor is the creep spread. Basically, Cure can, no matter which base Reynor takes next, there's not going to be any creep ahead of it, so it's going to be difficult to force engagements on creep for Reynor.
Banshees finally do get cleaned up here as Cure supply fell a little bit. This doesn't look like it's going to be a great fight for the Terran either. Might want to even consider picking up. Reinforcements do come in perhaps on time. Mines will all get cleaned up though. That brings the total of mines down to 2. Reynor rebuilding 76 links right now. Needs to be careful to not lose the drones here on that 5th. Can of course attack it from that, with those Marauders from the low ground. New CCs are on the way en masse as well. This is actually not looking great still for Reynor. Reynor is surviving, but usually that is not really the mode you want to be in when you're playing Mutas.
Absolutely, you want to be on the other side of the map, which he is doing now again with the Mutas, but it's Cure is set up so well. On his 5th base, he already has 5 turrets. Now, the 2 extra command centers that he's making right now are super exposed, and they didn't manage to finish. So Reynor can start targeting those down, does not get the SCV, so one of those CCs will finish and can now float over the turret in towards safety for Cure. But yeah, Cure is better set up for the late game. The thing is, he has no idea about the lurker swap. So that is something that can... where Reynor can fortify his own side of the map and then do huge counterattacks, which is exactly what he's doing. And Cure is just starting to move back with everything, which buys Reynor a lot of space as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Lots of links will end up falling. This wasn't necessarily... Well, it was a successful run by initially, but then it went sour pretty quickly. At the same time, Mura's taking out all the turrets, but not really getting to kill a lot of SCVs here. 3-3 has finished up here for Cure as well. Was trying to take out that hatchery, that 5th base. Did not quite get it. Mine helps out from the low ground. Seismic Spine's about to finish up. That's going to definitely help the lurkers in securing Reynor's side of the map. But I think Cure might have one more attack in him before Reynor is fully secure.
Yeah, there's only 3 lurkers out so far. But once they are out, I mean, Cure is way down in economy now. Even though he has a lot of extra bases. Good Widow Mine hits though. And that was a bad engagement for Reynor. The 3 lurkers not participating in the fight. Now trying to burrow forward, they also don't have the burrow upgrade yet, which means it's difficult for him to chase units. Cure at the same time will also clear the top base. The Mutas are active on the other side of the map, so Reynor also finding some damage. But overall, very good moments for Cure, who's trading well on the Zerg side of the map.
Yeah, lots of good trades. Mutas are trying to deal some damage, but not getting a whole lot of SCVs. So we now have this top side army continuing to clean things up. Bottom side did get stopped, at least temporarily. Only 3-4 Marauders left. And, oh, we now have a drop heading in towards the main base. That's what, 3 medevacs that are full. 3-3 upgrades against 2-2. Maybe still a little bit of potential here for Cure.
Yeah, he can definitely make something happen here, because the lurkers are not the best anti-drop defense, because you can just go out of range and then start firing again. Whenever they burrow forward, you can start hitting them a little bit. So Cure is doing a good job there with a drop. He recognized the Reynor was very safe at his initial third base with the lurkers. And now he's just taking his time to micro at the same time on the other side of the map. Now Cure actually is lacking gas a lot. He has very bad gas income right now. I think he's only mining off 3.5 extractors so far. So that's why making Ghost Storm is actually quite hard. And that makes it so Reynor should survive. Like for the next couple of minutes in the game, he should be safe until there's actually ghosts on his side of the map.
Yeah. Muta's trying to come in here. Not quite sure what they were trying to do, but they attempted something. Whatever they were trying, didn't quite succeed. 162 supply to 167 as the lurkers on the high ground once again really proving their value here for Reynor. Double Liberator setup did get a couple of kills, I think, and are still denying Larva at the same time as well. Main base for Reynor, well, it's being dropped, but should be defended at the same time. Cure isn't done yet with these pushes. He says ghosts are fun, but Marauder Thor Marine is also very fun. It's gonna push in, take out a base, and piss off once more. Doesn't end up losing a whole lot, does deny more mining though. Yes, he is on low SEV count, but I mean, he's gonna get more bases, capable of taking a 6th base. Reynor is really struggling, has no creep at all, which is usually one of his strong suits. Cure is looking mighty powerful here.
Yeah, Cure looking very good. He's now going for the Doom drop in the main base. He recognizes the Mutas are on the other side of the map once again. So he can pull off these moves. Now Reynor was in position. I actually think he could have dropped on that and it would have been disastrous for Reynor. But maybe a little bit risky as the Queens maybe pick off a Medivac or two too many and Cure doesn't exactly know what's behind it. But decides not to go for it, and I mean, this was not the worst base for Reynor to lose. It was almost completely mined out, so I think that's fine. I think one mistake that Cure is making here is, first of all, not looking at his army right now, which costs him a couple of units and a lot of Thor HP, but he's expanding very slowly. Reynor didn't do any counterattacks towards the top side. I really think there should have, at the very least, already have been a 6th base up and running for him.
Yeah, Cure seems very keen on winning the game right here, right now. Forgets about the future just a little bit. But just going into a more standard late game here would actually probably be very good for Cure as well. It's a nice ghost count. His opponent is on lurkers, no creep whatsoever. The Zerg is struggling to get any bases up right now, so yeah.
I think the one hope for Reynor is that Cure is underestimating how many Mutas he built. Reynor already lost 17 Mutas and he just remade all of them. He's like, okay, I'm gonna be safe at home with just Lurker Zergling, and then all the other gas that I have, I'm gonna spend on extra Mutas. Takes out an extra CC. Now it's only 2 turrets. Those are not enough against +2 Mutas to defend. And once again, there's gonna be a lot of SCVs taken down. And Cure obviously doesn't know what we know, which is that there was only 7 Lurkers. And now he's also defending at the bottom side, so Reynor is playing really well. He's basically saying, okay, if you don't deal well enough with these Mutas, I can still hold at home. And you're gonna be in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Another Ling run by is being sent in here towards the 3rd base. Not a super successful run by. A bunch of Lings end up falling and hardly anything else goes down. Ghost now being targeted by these Mutas. And basically every single Ghost went down. Except for 2, but they don't even get their snipes off. More SCVs will get targeted down. Mutas just completely wreaking havoc on the other side of the map. This is not looking great here for Cure all of a sudden anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's running out of mining bases. He mined very happily off of his 5 bases, but he doesn't even have a new command center. They can morph into a planetary. He also needs to make new turrets at that location. Otherwise, he needs to sit back at home and camp, which means Reynor can re-expand to all the exposed bases, which he couldn't before. So just by the fact that Reynor remade those Mutas, which is very uncommon, much more uncommon than +3 vehicle plating, that he actually is making a comeback here, because Cure absolutely underestimated the amount of Mutas. He thought, okay, he was done with the Muta phase. It's now Lurkerling Bane once again.
Yeah, and here come the Lurkers moving forward. There's 12, and as a lot of the ghosts have been taken out, there's 7 remaining still. Might be capable of eventually cleaning it up, but not like this, Cure. Can just walk in there. You need to use the snipe ability first. Tank will get targeted down as well here. Another scan gets used. Mutas bouncing in the main.
Yeah, he's losing SCVs at his base now as well. He doesn't have extra CC, so this is not a planetary anymore. He needs to send units there, and to be entirely honest, it's not even enough for Cure to just defend his bases now. He needs to take another one. And he's struggling right now to keep up with Reynor's multi-prong. Reynor rocking a solid almost 600 APM at this point, which is quite fast for him. Not going to compare him to Cure, because Zerg obviously has a little bit more APM than the Terran, but I can tell you that Reynor's playing a little faster now than he usually does. Big bailing run by, once again connects with 16 SCVs, and it forces Cure into an all-in, but Cure can't even leave his base right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a terrible all-in if Cure ever decides to move across the map. I mean, he can't even really move across the map because of the Muta's presence still being around, the ability of Lings just counter-attacking, and I think that Reynor right now is setting up for perhaps a massive engagement either in towards that 4th base or once again moving towards that 5th. And as you said, Cure needs a 6th, or well, he needed a 6th about 3 minutes ago. And he's barely saturating 5 bases now.
Yeah. I mean, he can lift this main and natural. That's good, I guess, but because there's nothing left there. But it's not going to be a planetary, and it sure as hell is not going to be a fortified location, because he doesn't have the minerals simply for turrets anymore. And now Reynor realizes Cure has split his army, so he's trying to pounce on the Terran army. I'm not sure about the Mutas being a little bit adventurous, but the Thors not firing. He's trying to study step the Thors, but they're not actually firing at the Mutas. There's like 1 or 2 Mutas that went down there. For all the Thors, Reynor still chasing. The Ghost didn't snipe yet. Now finally, there's no Banelings left. So this is looking a little bit sketchy for Reynor, who's now losing all of the Mutas. I'm not sure this was the play.
When you say I'm not sure if this was the play.
It was not the play. It was not the play. I'm doing a Cassier thing, okay?
Like, surely losing your entire army, taking out 2 Marines is not the play. Yeah. Cure does get a counterattack up upstairs there, and has enough medevacs as well to hopefully evacuate out of here. Bottom side base being taken out. Reynor just went way too deep for almost no real reason, as his opponent was practically out of cash, out of bases to mine from. And now Reynor is the one that might be in a bit of trouble. 121 army supply against 98. It almost feels like a repeat from last game, in which Reynor seemingly was in a good spot, and 1 or 2 bad fight just kind of throws it away.
Yeah, very similar actually. I mean, in the last game he had to attack, because the last mining bases were on Cure side. In this case, Cure was actually completely contained, and just doing nothing would have won him the game. So this is a bigger blunder even than last game, but it's not over yet. He's remaking the Mutas to get rid of the Medevacs. Cure is going to redrop in the main base, but those are mostly Marauders, so it's going to die to the Mutas, which will once again give Reynor the supply lead. Cure should focus fire down the hatchery, no? What is he doing? Okay, he is... Oh my god, he barely gets it. Left enough Marauders there. Had me worried there for a second, but that was necessary, because he actually was the one that overextended this time. He stayed around for a little bit too long. And now, once again, he's going to be the one that will have to defend the 6th base, because it's just so exposed at this point, against the Mutas especially.
Gets 1 snipe in. Don't forget, for people that aren't aware, that a Ghost can actually one-shot a Muta. This is one of the craziest interactions for me in the entire game. I wasn't aware of this at all.
Can one-shot like everything.
Yeah, but
the Ravager costs the same.
It still surprised me. You know, I knew it was gonna. I just had never seen it until like maybe 7-8 months ago. It wasn't a very common interaction, you know, Muta against Ghost. And then when I saw it, I was like, holy crap, that's crazy.
You know what was my favorite interaction? Was that a High Templar could one-shot 4 Vipers. They can now still one-shot 4 Infestors. I always thought that one was really crazy.
But that's
that one always got me.
That unit has a very niche expertise, you know?
Right.
That's very different from a Ghost. I think it's a ridiculous comparison. As these Ghosts are now being targeted down, tanks are falling in the natural as well. As these Ghosts are trying to move back, just barely out of range of the Mutas, will not quite get the kill there. Reynor is playing like an uncaged animal over here, but not in quite as great a spot as he was before. The army supplies are very close. That 6th base is now set up. We have 1 more command center going up as well for Cure. He's going to continue expanding towards the 7th most likely, and has his eyes on this top side base that Reynor is trying to expand to. Might actually... Well, no, will not quite get the kill. Thought maybe if he spreads out, but he didn't spread out, so it doesn't really matter. Lynx are coming in, but they don't fight well against Ghost, so they need to piss off right now.
They don't fight well. Well, which unit does fight well against Ghost?
I don't know. The neural parasite's good. You can get them on your side.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
And Banelings are not so bad against Ghost. They force them to
they're
run
pretty
away.
bad one-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one, nothing beats the Ghost. But maybe a carrier beats it. But not much else.
A Disruptor.
Yeah, probably as well. All Protoss units, though, not in this matchup. Oh,
Yeah.
5 new Mutas coming out. That's going to bring the total back up to 20. As Reynor's planning on moving into this position, I would not recommend it. There's quite a few tanks, and the Ghosts are always nearby. That's the beauty of not having so many bases, and just the beauty of Grassvan in general, is that everything is so close to one another, right? The natural to that 6th base location it's like a stone throw away.
So, if I was coaching Reynor, which, I mean, I am, I'm going to tell him after this, I think at this point in the game, the one clear thing he should do is he should take the base where his mutas are at right now.
Mhm.
Set up a couple of lurkers there and one infestor. Basically the setup that he has at the top. Because it's impossible to break, and then focus on the mobile army being somewhere at the top. You can still hit somewhere else, like with the mutas in the main base, for example. But having just this base secured, it's completely fresh. It's super important. If he mines this out, there's no way he's gonna lose. If he just does absolutely nothing, dragon scale-esque, I'm gonna call it. And then he mines out the base that he has at the top with the mobile army. He just defends it, fights on creep, takes the bottom base just with lurkers, because Kura's main army has to be at the top side.
Mhm.
Then I think there's not much Kura can do, to be entirely honest. So he's taking it now. He realized that this is a good base to take, because Kura doesn't even have his initial third base, which would mean he could siege his tanks further forward. You know, there could be sensor towers, there could be walls. All of that is not the case. So this is a super safe base to take right now, and it's completely fresh. There's so many resources there.
Yeah.
But you know what that means? That means that we're gonna go into a more passive game once again.
That's
you know
exciting.
what I found really funny is that you did the hype casting, but you did it so well that your chat fucking loved it. So you kind of always have to do the hype casting now. I feel like you shot yourself in the foot now. You can't just go back to casual casting, being honest with them. Yeah, there's nothing going on.
They
No, you have to.
appreciate my honesty more than they appreciate me faking it.
I'm not sure.
No, for sure.
Okay, chat. Would you rather have hype casting
No,
or rather the honesty? YouTube chat.
This is like when your alter ego gets more love than your real personality. It's gonna feel good. Leave me alone. Girls are out of position here.
Look at your chat. It's one-sided as fuck.
Piss off. There you go, suck it. What do they know about content creation? Alright. The ghosts are moving forward as they're trying to take out this base. This is a very important base, because if Kure can't actually take out this base, and he's never gonna get the bottom base either. So he needs to stop one of the two, and I think this is the more realistic option to take out, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it also secures his other base, so it is the only choice that he has. If he would shift his army towards the bottom in order to take it out, he would just lose his actual mining bases now, so it's not an option at all. Which is why I think you can just leave a couple of units there. As Reynor, basically the way he did it is perfect. It's exactly what I said, but he just did it 2 minutes later, which is still completely fine.
Yeah. Yeah, brain just works a little bit slower than yours, Lambo. Can you blame the kid? Greater Spire is over halfway done, so perhaps it's going to be a Broodlord transition here. In order to get a proper Broodlord army, are you going to need to get rid of your mutas, or...?
Yeah, there's gonna be one fight in general, where basically all the units, but a little bit of Link Bane, is useless for the Broodlords and the Infestors, I guess.
Mhm.
And then you should remax on Broodlords. You can also even remax on Queens with the extra minerals that you have left over. Taking out a couple of tanks now, get out of range of the Ghost as well. So that's one thing that is actually, it's probably the biggest change of this interaction, is with Ultras and Mutas. Ultras can now get away fairly frequently, and Mutas can actually get away. Before, you would never make Mutas against Ghosts, because whenever a Snipe Connect, as you said, it one-shots it. So
Yeah.
whenever you just get in range, the Mutas are dead, basically. Even if you look at them, they can just disappear.
I have spotted something that's a little bit interesting for me, at least. We have +2 vehicle weapons, but also +2 vehicle plating, so we're getting close once again to that +3 vehicle plating, which would be an epic moment twice in a series. I mean, can't recall the last time that happened. Is Medivac going to be taken out here? 8 Marines +2 on the ground end up falling, as Kure has denied the topside base. And that's gotta frustrate Reynor a little bit. It felt like he was in control, but he's lost that control, and his transition into Broodlords is happening rather slowly. Kure seems to be somewhat aware, as there's now an extra Thor coming out. Funnily enough, that Thor could also just be to deal with the Mutalisk. So that's Reynor indirectly shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah, I think it's still completely fine for Reynor. It's just important that he mines the bottom base, and now he fights for the last mining base at the top. The fact that the bottom base is so easy for him to defend makes the game plan a lot simpler as well. I can't believe, by the way, that Reynor didn't take out the top rocks. It's gonna hurt him for the rest of the game, because it's gonna be more and more difficult to take them out. Like, he should take them out right now. It's actually quite important. I also hope that he realizes he doesn't have Hydra upgrades, because he has Hydras right now. which, I mean, he went Muta, Lingbane into Lurkers, so that's why he doesn't have the Hydra upgrades. But yeah, for now, I think just getting a good Broodlord army. Oh my god, Cure split so much off to the bottom. I think this is where you have to fight at the top with the Broodlords.
Yeah, Reynor agrees as well as he starts sending them forward. There's not a lot of creeps, so Transfuse won't be as useful. There's literally just pure tank turret, which is not a great setup to deal with Broodlords. They outrange both of those. Well, tanks can't even shoot up, so it's kind of irrelevant. Bottom side base is going to get denied, though.
Yeah, the Ghost actually rotated back towards the top. I'm not sure this is enough Ghosts, but he needs to have vision on them, which I don't think he had yet. Now he does. The Ghosts need to watch out, though, because the Mutas can actually help the Broodlords as well. I wish he had a couple of Infestors with this. If there was just a couple of Infestors, I don't think Cure could ever fight this. I mean, still now, it's just not enough Ghost. Reynor needs to babysit that Overseer, though. You know what would have been the play? To literally just click the Liberator on the Overseer instead of sieging it up. And then maybe trying to go in with the snipes. There is still his ground army plus Overseers at the bottom as well.
Oh, here comes a flank from the bottom side. 2 more Overseers, bunch of Lurkers moving in. This base is going to end up falling. As simultaneously we have Cure pushing towards the bottom side as well. That's still a base with quite a bit of gas, which could be an important resource later on. However, I don't think that Cure can forever deny this bottom side base that he's attacking right now. He is sieging, or he's setting up that 6 o'clock though, so maybe from there use it as a launching point. Could be interesting. Gives up his top base. As Reynor's gonna continue pushing with these brutes. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's fine as long as he has Infest strategy. He really should have taken out the top base. I don't think he realized that that's just an orbital. But yeah, overall this trade obviously favors Reynor. Because, well, either Cure is split up and then you can fight half a Terran army if he wants to still defend the top base. Or he gets 2 fresh bases for the price of 1, basically. Plus also a lot of ground. Like, Cure is also going to lose his... Cure really should lose his top base. Does Reynor know? He saw it, right? That there's an orbital there. Like, literally just Lynx alone would deny the base right now.
How many? 5? 10?
Any amount, yeah. 6.
6
doesn't really matter. Yeah.
It's great. Alright, 6 Mutas here on the bottom side, trying their best to do something. I feel like at this point you should get rid of him, you know, and I think that's kind of what he's doing, right?
Yep.
He's pretending to... Oh, he wasn't even pretending to trade there. Damage the Viking, though.
He should respread creep. That's one thing that Reynor has not done a good job of this game. He should send the queens to the top and respread creep there. At the same time as the bottom, preferably.
You know what's kind of crazy? Is that if Reynor wins this game, that will get at least 1 more game.
That's crazy, yeah.
People don't realize this, because this feels like a final game, you know? Because the entire time it felt like Cure was gonna win, but now you kind of need to change that mindset again. It's like, oh, it's a best of 5 after all, which means you need to win 3 games. Just pretending like you're winning the 3rd game isn't gonna be good enough, Cure. He has a massive army as well, 158 supply. What is the ultimate Terran army in this case?
I think the ultimate Terran army is tank, Thor, Ghost, Halberd, Medivec, Liberator. Is the ultimate army. Maybe 12 Ghosts, 6 Thors, 4 Libs, a couple of tanks, and then Halberds against like 6 Halberds or something. And then the more army supply you get, you just add a little bit of a little bit more of each.
Gotcha.
I can't believe he's not clearing the fucking rocks. It's blowing my mind. It makes it so much harder for him to rotate. Oh my god. Reynor actually going for the engagement now, together with the Blinding Clouds. A lot of Banelings, which means all of Cure's army is running great funnel. Gets a lot of the bio units. There's no planetary to back up to. There's just no AoE against the Banelings at all. So most of Cure's army is just running. There's nothing to zone out the Infestor anymore, but no more Infestor energy. Cure now turns around. Does he have enough anti-air for the Broodlords? It's a close fight, I think.
I don't think he has. That's what this 14 Broodlords made. No shot. Right?
There's nothing to buffer, I'm not sure. I would not push there. I would wait for the links to spawn. Now that there's the links there, it's for sure not enough anymore. And now Reynor can push forward. I really want to see Reynor continue going as well. He still has 1 funnel there with the Infestors. Also a new Viper. I really think Reynor should be the one engaging. I can't believe Cure is even running forward for this orbital right now. I think that's a massive copy. He now gets the funnel. Where's the Ling Bane? Hello? Reynor could literally A-move right now.
Yeah, but it's not yet. He's giving him some time. Let him cook.
Okay, he's cooking up. A storm right now with a lot of links and banes. Once again, there's just no Widow Mines here. There's only 2 tanks, one of them just sieged. There's not enough AoE anymore for Cure, and Cure pushed in there. I really don't think he should. He should have waited until he got maxed again at the very least if he wanted to have a chance at winning that engagement. Reynor should also now recognize that this is just an orbital, which is a big part of Kyr's mining. So I really would like to see him split off those 6 Zerglings that we talked about earlier, or 5 if you want, or 4.
Could even send in the Lurker as well.
Could send in the Lurker, yeah. It can be fancy. You can even send in the Hydra if you're really
the
fancy.
Hydra.
Yeah.
He doesn't have upgrades, right? You said?
Yeah, it's +3 armor. That's enough to beat the SCVs.
I think so too. I believe in the Hydra. The power of the Hydra. We have 2 medevacs moving towards the bottom side, which are going to try and take out this base. I think they will succeed as well. So Kyr's going to lose 3 bases, and in return we'll get a base that still had, well, about 1,280 minerals left. I don't think that was a very good trade for him.
Yeah, I mean his base is still mining, which is blowing my mind. It's triggering me. I know the game is over, which I probably shouldn't say because I'm casting right now, but I cannot believe this base at the top is mining. It's triggering me so much.
It's a little bit incomprehensible. He's seen it many times as well. That's an orbital. You know, the first 2 times he saw it, you could think that it was, you know, he hadn't noticed, but at this one, surely he's aware. We do have a decent chunk of links now being sent in. No, they're actually just joining the main army. Reynor just doesn't care about mining. Maybe he thinks it's mined out already.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, it is technically mined out. So there's like 600 minerals left. As here comes Reynor. It's a blinding cloud onto 2 Hellbats. Thors are going down. Links are absolutely ripping through this army. And that is going to be all she wrote for this game. Lambo.
what is he scanning?
What a banger of a game. What a banger. Just
What a
before
banger.
vehicle playing level 3 finishes as well, by the way. It was 63 seconds out of 157.
Otherwise, we would have gotten a dance from you, right?
You would have gotten the dance. Oh, you got that. Look at this. During this entire game, Reynor was only supply locked for 40 seconds.
That's crazy.
That is remarkable. Cure, however, for 1 minute and 47 seconds, and he ended up losing as well, which I don't think is a coincidence.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that necessarily had too much to do with it, but I know you're a big fan of the supply lock stats, since that is your best trade after all.
It's my best result in years.
Yeah.
I don't get supply lock. Where's the other voice?
That's good. It's probably my worst stat. I would have liked to see, because I've never seen it written out like that. If this guy in the study would have shown the worst, I'm pretty sure I would have been top 5 worst.
Nah, you'd be surprised. We could ask him. I still have
Yeah, ask him. I'm actually interested.
I wonder if I can still remember his name.
I mean, it's probably Terrans that are at the bottom, but I think from the Zergs I would be the worst. Would be my guess.
Okay, I'll do that
But it's
another
okay,
time.
I
It
was-
shouldn't take too long. I need to first accept to make sure. Aye, aye.
Well, Reynor requested a break, so we have a little bit anyways. I'm glad we had the 50% of the first places though in that study. I had the #1 screens per minute and you had #1 supply block time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But apparently
Once
these are
again-
the least important stats. So we focus on the wrong things in our life.
Exactly. Alright, Dark might actually be worse, yeah.
Yeah. Challenge Lambo to a bike race or a kung fu fight? Why would I want to do that? That sounds terrible. Thank you, by the way, Eric W. and Avel for the donations. Much appreciated.
You would surely win both of them easily. You run a lot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I bike as well. And my bike
Yeah,
is
so-
better than yours, I think. So
Well,
we need to
okay.
take our own materials.
Depends on
usually.
what race. Well, I have a really good mountain bike, so if we go downhill biking from an actual mountain,
I think you'd win that.
you would be in some trouble, yeah.
I also think I'm too afraid to quickly descend. Like
To be
it's
fair, I also... Oh,
scary.
yeah. Yeah, to be fair, my bike has the clippy thing, so I can wear shoes, and then it clips in, and then it uses my up force as well, like whenever I go up.
Yeah.
You know
yeah.
those bikes?
The what? No, I have no clue.
You can clip your shoes to the pedals, so it uses the force in all directions, basically, because it's...
Oh, just like they do in the Tour de France. I've seen that. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. That's practically cheating.
Practically.
All
I'm just gonna use an
I wanna see
e-bike
these
to
guys
race
do
you.
it. I see these guys ride up a mountain without the cheating gear. It's the same as there's wrist wrap. You know, back in the day, in the Tour de France, the way that people would often cheat is they would just get on the back of a car and try someone on the other part of the course. It also wasn't uncommon that people would just get lost. because the event wasn't so big, right? So they would have
Yeah.
like average directions, and people would just get like stuck in the mud because the roads weren't properly paved, or they'd be they just get lost. So then the tour organization would have to go look for the cyclist at the end of the day.
Well, did anyone actually ever pull that off? Like cheat that way and win?
I don't
And
know.
it wasn't caught because it was all on. It wasn't in most of it on camera.
No. Well, they started in 1903. So that was like,
Oh,
it wasn't
okay,
all
okay.
televised.
Wait.
1903 was the first Tour de France. And then I think they also did things with like fish line behind cars, but I might have made that up in my mind. I know for sure that they would like, because I think there was like a checkpoint system, which they would use. Yeah, that's great. They also started inventing microelectric engines hidden in tubes of the bikes. Is this actually true?
I don't know.
I thought this was
I'm
fake.
not a bike expert.
I remember there was like a video of... I always follow the Tour de France a little bit. Have you ever heard of the name Froome? He's a British biker. I think he won the Tour de France twice or 3 times. There was a video where it looked like he was being powered by an engine at some point, where he like just bursted forward. And people were like, you know, they're taking the zoomed in screenshot at 166 pixels, and then like with arrows and drawings explain to you where the mechanical device is hidden. I don't know if it's actually true. I do know he got caught for doping after, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, yeah. Who hasn't?
Well, the guys that are driving right now, they're all clean. All of them. It's crazy how that works.
Yeah. Time and time again, only the guys that are currently driving are clean. But then the guys in the past always are doping.
Yeah.
It's funny how that turns out.
Funny how that turns out. It's called mechanical doping. A few people have been caught. All right, that is interesting. Not many know this, but many in the Tour de France also won by taking some drugs. This is indeed underground information. Appreciate you sharing it with us. Idiot. All right, bottom right spotting is a red terror playing for NVT. It's going to be Cure.
And his opponent, representing Basilisk and Red Bull, is Reynor. So you're saying NVT, but I thought he's playing for Abydos in the World Team League. But I noticed that offline they still are wearing the Envy stuff as well. Even though I thought Envy was not a thing anymore.
I think envy is like a mindset, you know?
It's a mindset.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
right,
it's
like
a guy that gives them money. I don't think
no, it's not a team anymore. It's a club now, I believe. And I think I don't think they get paid, but they're just a group of friends that represent Envy, you know, as an organization. I think that's how it works. I think. But I don't quite I didn't entirely understand it. I just know that because it's DRG. I think Creator is still in it as well, right?
That's all the guys that were on Envy.
Bunny too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Nightmare as well, I think.
He's not scouting with a Reaper first. And he's playing against the pool first.
Yeah, he's lucky though because it's 2 links. In that case, it's even better to not scout. Because he's still gonna get the scouting info. I mean, it is gas pool, so if he... I mean, it's a question if Terrans know their hatchery timings. Theoretically, the moment the Reaper goes on the other side of the map, he should recognize that this is in fact early speed. But if Cure actually knows this, it's a completely different question, because Terrans usually don't know any timings of anything, ever.
True.
Facts.
For a very long time, Terran players didn't know the difference between a core first and a Nexus before core. Which is like 10 seconds. Which is impressive.
Oh. Reynor is actually doing a road strategy Lingo then. Which this build literally loses just to a bunker on the high ground and SCV's pulled. So I am... Well, saying I'm not a fan is an understatement, to be honest. I think this build is complete garbage, but we'll see if he can make it work.
If he wins with it, though, that would be sick.
He has won with it before. I mean, he's gonna get an SCV now. Well, very slow reaction from Cure, to be honest. He already knew it was pulled first as well. Oh my god, he's getting in and he's gonna scout the Roach. No, he's
No,
not.
I saw the larva though. Is that a tell? Surely that's a tell.
Did you see all the idle larva?
Yeah, he
If
saw
did,
4.
yes. So why is he making 30 CC then? He should have cancelled it instantly if he saw 4 larva. I honestly don't think Terrans think like that sometimes. Terran...
They just think they're so much better. He's like, oh, this Zerg once again not spending his larva. What an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this is literally what he thought. Oh my god, he was microing against the Reaper. Goddamn foreign Zergs. I mean, this is really bad for Cure. He's not realizing. He is going 3cc. If this build doesn't work now, it is fair to say that this build should forever be retired, right?
Yeah. This then has to be the worst build in the history of build orders.
Yeah, it's gonna work though. Like, there's no banker, there's not even... I mean, there's
Cyclone.
nothing.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's not gonna be on time.
That is true. But what about triple CC? How many SCVs can he lose for it to be fine? 20?
Sure, if he survives with 8 SCVs and there's no army left from Reynor, then he's ahead. But he's not gonna survive, I think.
Imagine he wouldn't have lifted in time. It would have been very sad. Why is he shooting down the Overlord? Surely that's the least of our priorities right now. He gets it though, so that's nice for him.
Look how
nice.
little units this is.
Oh,
this build's so
forgot
bad.
the micro? Hello?
Reynor! Half of your units are not fighting. Jesus Christ.
The CC took a beating in the natural. Meanwhile, a Bile hit 4 Marines at once, which I didn't even know was possible. This has been, well, a mediocre game, to say the least.
Well, there you go. There's 8 SCVs left over. If he gets the rewall, there's still Lynx flooding, and Cure actually has no extra production. He didn't even start extra Marines. The only thing he has
Viking
going right now is an extra Viking that is being landed.
That's big, though.
Not that many Zerglings.
What's the chance this natural burns down?
I mean, Reynor should try to start focusing on that.
Yeah, okay. Nice shot.
Reynor literally lost 1000 HP worth of damage on the natural orbiter.
I don't care. Cure lost 3 or 4 Marines to a single Bile as he was watching it. Hey, this is a competition. I'm not sure who won it. But might be disqualified. It's not been the perfect series so far. It's kind of crazy. The last game was actually very good, but this game was fairly mediocre.
I mean, it's still good for Reynor. Like in the theory, when I said that for 8 workers it would still be fine. That was when Cure actually wins the fight. You know, he has a lot of units left over. Reynor has nothing. He still has Zerglings left over. Like Cure can't even land that CC, I think. And he needs to wait for a couple extra Marines.
Going downstairs, taking out Lynx one by one with a Cyclone. That's a sad way to clean up a natural. Yes, 2 Cyclones. I thought it was a tank that popped out.
He made a second Cyclone. I mean, Reynor is going for round 2, which is one way, I guess, where Cure can come back if he made a Banshee, but he's not making a Banshee, he's making a Medevac. And he is honestly not making that many units that are good against Zerglings. He's now starting 2 Hellions. Not sure if they're going to be in time. Okay. -2 Lynx here. Reynor sees his Tower Cyclone. He's still making Lynx, so he's committed.
I like the Viking Scout, but it went in the wrong direction. Cyclone's also going to miss this this Roach run by. Ravager might get spotted though, just barely the edge of it. Yep, there we go. Move back here. You saw it. Hello?
He thinks that's just an accident again.
What an idiot. This was a defensive Ravager. Oh no. Why is this Roach halfway across the map? It's gonna rewall though, so that is nice. There's a couple of Hellions here. If the Cyclones were at home right now, they could at least lock onto some of these Roaches before they break through the wall. Surely that would be very helpful. The Banshee is over halfway done. It's going to finish at some point. Cyclones are... Well,
they're dropped and they're fighting reinforcements right now.
F2ing back
they're
home.
not even... Yeah. There's not enough anti-Zergling. The Cyclone right now is dying against 4 Zerglings because it's just A-moved on the way back, not controlled, while Cure is doing his best microing with his Hellions. He's losing all of his workers. The Banshee's out and it will clean this up eventually. Now the question is, how much damage will be done? This time we're at an even worse worker count, where Reynor already has 30 workers this time, so... I feel like this is quite bad for the Terran player.
Watch him
as
stand
once
round
again,
3.
Yeah. I mean, his CC is once again low HP. I mean, at this point, for sure, the correct call is to wait and drone up. Because there's an actual Banshee. So Banshee plus wall can hold a lot of units.
Yeah, third base is on the way as well. We get a lair coming in. 37 workers, or 36 workers to 7. Which is not ideal numbers here for Cure. Another thing that really sucks in this case is that he just has no production, right? I think the situation, I mean, it's still going to be bad, but if you have 3 barracks producing crap, it's a little bit different. Now you really just don't have anything. And the moment you build the barracks, like you already know you're never going to be capable of doing anything with them anyway. Like Reynor's just going to be ready. There's a Spire on the way. So ideally, I guess Cure would want to do some type of all-in, but he doesn't have production for an all-in. So what's he going to do? Sit back at home, hope that his opponent all-ins once more, but that doesn't quite seem to be the case.
In all honesty, I think he should leave the moment he sees the Spire. But Cure leaves very late, so I'm not surprised in the slightest. He's one of the latest leavers. To be entirely fair, Reynor always hates when people do it against him, but he's one of the latest leavers from the Zerg race. Only topped by Bly, so... it's understandable, it's in the grand finals. Cure is completely dead. It's not like he's gonna try to go for an all-in now, basically. And I would be very surprised... Did he just lose the Banshee?
Yeah.
Okay. I would be very surprised if Reynor loses it. Reynor's going Overlord speed, so he's gonna drop the Roaches and the Overlords on the other side. Cancels the Spire, which works out well for him, because, I mean, Cure is kind of all in himself. He prioritized unit production over SCV production for a while, but he realized he can't do anything anyways. There's no winning for Cure here, no matter what he does.
You think I could win from here as Reynor?
Yes. I do believe so.
That's not a good sign for Cure.
Not a good sign for Cure, no?
I've seen my Zerg play. Yeah, we have the Overlord speed. This time, in game 1 we already saw a Queen drop. Back then it failed miserably. And now I'd be surprised if we have a similar result. The one thing that could happen is that both Overlords get shot down in the middle of the map, as Reynor is stabbing down to change into another bad Italian rap song. But it seems unlikely.
It's not. He doesn't even need the Overlord, I think, to win the game. Well, one Overlord almost dies. Like, one Banshee is not going to win in the fight. He doesn't even have a Banshee. No, he does have
Look how many Vikings he has, though. He's playing Viking mech.
Is it Disney Bio? No, it's Viking mech.
Viking, I've never heard of Viking mech before. I like it. Oh, that's a bunch of Ravagers being built. I mean, this Banshee's gonna actually throw a wrench in the plans here. Look at this. You give this Banshee a couple more minutes and you might reduce this Ravager count by 4 or 5.
I don't know. I really don't think the Overlords were necessary with the Queens. The Queens are now walking the rest of the way since there's 2 Vikings. Just for good measure. So eventually, if Cure doesn't leave the game, the anti-air will arrive on the other side of the map. But yeah, it's just a little bit too many Zerg units. It's not like these units are bio units with 1/1 stim and combat shields. It's just, as you said, it's not really mech, it's not really bio. There's one building of every sort. And there's honestly as many starport units as there are bio units, so I'm not sure we can call this anything.
But there was
the
an
one
armory,
thing I'm
so
sure
the
it is
intention of mech was there. That's important.
Sure. I think you just wanted to hell battle.
No, I don't think so.
I think you just wanted to go.
Viking mech.
Do you think this was for upgrades on one factory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ship weapons he was gonna do. Viking mech.
What about plating armor? After you heard
Sick as well. I would have liked that.
that one I actually would have celebrated as well.
All right. 2-2. That means we go to the final game of the finals. Map number 5, and that's going to be Royal Blood, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this the
it's on West as
semi-finals?
well. No, this is the grand finals.
Some guy said semi-finals in my chat, and he scared the crap out of me.
There's a timeout.
Is it timeout? Maybe forever.
Timeout forever. That's called a ban.
Well, the phrasing matters sometimes, you know? If you bring the bad news in a soft way, they don't mind us as much.
We will discontinue your life, they say instead of that sentence.
Discontinue your life. Sounds a lot less threatening, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right. The final game of the KungFu Cup 2023. Week 11. Is this the final one, actually? Yeah, it is, no?
It's the final one, yeah.
That makes
Last
me
chance for the points.
extremely sad. Wait, what do the points do?
The points qualify you for the big event. Top
What?
16 point earners qualify you for the Masters Colosseum. I actually am 1 place short. I did slightly too poor. Should have played more WTL matches.
Wait,
I'm
what?
1 place short, sadly.
Oh, yeah. Under Young and Showtime. That's very sad. I didn't even know there was a qualifier going on.
Yeah.
Just thought they were fun tournaments. All right. Once again, bottom left spawning as our red Terran player. It is Cure.
And his opponent, on the way to reverse sweeping his opponent, is Basilisk's Reynor.
Hatch first this time around. He's not gonna go for a repeat on that build. Oh, we got a donation here. Hi Harstem. Any tips for players to improve from 2.3k MMR by Yo-Yo to Rocks? And this is in a currency that I've never seen before, actually. Any
Are you
tips
Googling
to
that
improve
right
from 2.3k? I think learning a build order will go a long way from improving from 2.3k MMR most of the time.
It's Indian rupees, I think.
Indian rupees? Okay.
So it's, yeah, it's probably not that much, but question is still fair.
You judge the validity of a question by how much money someone gives?
Yes.
Not even 15 bucks? That's an awful question. Get out of here.
You give me $100, every question is gonna be good.
Oh, that's
Don't worry
smart,
about it.
insightful question. I love it. That's a good way to judge. Yeah, learning a build order generally is a good way to improve. And it counts for players at all levels. For now, we are following Cure's Reaper here, moving across the map. As a factory goes down. What's the chance he goes for another triple CC Banshee?
If I was making a call right now, I'm gonna say 3cc Marauder Hellbat or something.
Really?
Something wild. I mean, it's a good map for him and it's also a good server, but he just lost 2 matches, and usually players are not purely rational and logical and thought of what build they're gonna do when they're about to get reverse swap. They're like, okay, gotta pull out some tricks now. So I could see him do something differently, but he's actually doing something tricky. But it's definitely not what I said anymore. It's highly likely to be Banshee now. He's lifting the barracks and killing the Overlord.
That's actually
Which
cool.
means that if Reynor was to go speed right away and just run across with 6 Zerglings, he would have won the game basically straight away. Okay, no, he's making a heading without a Rex here. So in that case, if he made 10 Zerglings and ran across them, he would have won the game right away.
Oh, there goes the Overlord.
Yeah.
That's kind of frustrating for Reynor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating, but at the same time, you know there's not going to be as many Hellbats, no matter what is happening. And it also, like, it can't be a Hellbat all-in anymore, for example.
Right.
So you can make a couple more drones. You don't need to worry too much about your scouting.
Reaper trying to get some info in the main base. Doesn't quite get it, as it will start moving back home, afraid of metabolic boost finishing up here. We have the tech lab going down on the starport. We have the reactor on the barracks, and single heli in production for now, as the third one is on the way. Most likely, once again, just moving into that classic Hellion Banshee that our good friend Cure seems to love so freaking much. See, oh, he dives in. We've seen him do this quite a bit as of late. As he goes in and is going to try to get some kills. It also never has worked so far.
Yeah. 3 drones, gets out with the Reaper. I think it's acceptable.
What is good? Like 6? 5?
Well, I think, yeah, 5 is good already. I think 4 is even. I even think 3 is okay, to be honest. The thing is, he wasn't even making Hellions, that many Hellions anyways, so it's not that bad for him.
Gotcha.
He needs to start extra barracks. Honestly, I'm not sure how much of this is freestyle, but his extra Hellions are so late that he's not gonna get the reactor for the extra barracks. The extra barracks should have already started. It's a mistake, he's floating too much money. What is he making extra depots for right now? Brother, you're not making that many units.
It's a Hellbat
Okay,
all-in.
it's a delayed Hellbat. No, it's well, not an all-in. He's gonna attack at the front with Hellbats and then try to use it with Banshees. It transitions quite... It's not even that bad. If you just clear a lot of creep and you kill all the queens, that's already good. It's not super committed. It also transitions kind of nicely into Aatrox.
Okay, we do see 2 more barracks being thrown down right here. As the total amount of Hellions is probably going to be 7 or 9. Baling Nest is on the way. Queen count is at 8. That's quite a few queens, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, usually this hits with 12 Hellbats. So the fact that he delayed his Hellion production because he lifted the barracks, and he also sacked 2, means this does not only hit later, but also with way less stuff. He comes around the queens though. Now he's morphing the Hellbats. And he's gonna get... Oh my god, he lost the Banshee. That's really sloppy by him.
Yeah,
because you can use this, you can use this together with the Banshees and then go somewhere else with the Banshees, because the queens are not going to be in the main or in the natural. You can, like, against sports, you can always pick off some drones, the nice and mining. But this was not well executed. He's losing another Banshee. He lost both Banshees. Yes, go ahead.
Very sloppy play. No medevac for healing either. Reynor's just going to clean this up, and he's already at 65 workers, has a fort-based building. We have a lair. There's double evos done already as well. Dr. Lambo, give me the diagnosis.
It's Professor Doctor for you, and it was not good. It was just not good from Cure. It wasn't well executed. He's not dead. He's not dead. I think it is a playable position.
What are his chances of survival here?
I think he can survive for quite a while. So high. Chance of winning the game not as high. But Reynor is getting missile upgrades, so he wants to make... I'm not even sure he knows that it's not mech. I think Reynor right now thinks it's mech. Even though Cure has done this in the past, a lot, on a light shade map pool. He did it almost every game. And he played it into bio always. So
really?
If Reynor remembers that, he should know. But Reynor does not know right now. So that really helps Cure as well.
Interesting. Second factory on the way. It's not going to be an Aatrox, like you said. It would be good to go into from here, but instead there's going to be a more standard approach, which is what we've been seeing from Cure, well, quite a bit. The standard approach. Tanks, some mines. Right now starting with the mines, which is for once not great, as he's playing against a Hydra Ling Bane opener. The one time it isn't Ling Bane or Ling Bane Muta. He opens up with mines rather than tanks. It's a bit unfortunate, no?
I think Cure is... He has completely forgotten upgrades. He's now starting them. He's had the E-base for a while though, so he's gonna have 0-0 Marines against 1-1 Hydras, which is very uncommon because first of all the Zerg usually never goes missile upgrades, but he thought it was mech. So the Hydras are gonna trade incredibly cost effective against the Marines, which means Reynor doesn't even need to morph Banelings, which is really good for Zerg. Like you do, in ZBT as a Zerg, you're trying to morph as little Banelings as possible. We're just making them for counterattacks, and then other than that, we're just making as many as we think we need to survive. Because you can spend gas on extra tech and upgrades and more tech-heavy units, and then it's gonna be better. And Reynor is gonna have an insane Hydra con. He's gonna have 31 Hydras soon, which is as many Marines as we have. So Widow Mines are terrible. The Medevacs are misready. Cure. You should have done the Hellbat Marauder, as I said.
Cure falling asleep. To be fair, it's very late in Korea right now. It's like 2-3 a.m. no?
That's true. But to be fair as well, Koreans usually play at that time. Like the ladder is active at the time, so...
Yeah, it's no sleep schedule, these guys.
Yeah, not sure how it is for Cure in particular, but...
11 more Hydras. He's actually just making 42 Hydras.
Yeah, I think he's trolling at this point. But it's not even that bad, because there's Widow Mines, and he is ahead in upgrades.
Yeah.
Stefano used to play like this.
Yeah, in every matchup, except ZVZ.
In every matchup, yeah. Yeah, it's actually true.
Alright, Hydra's moving forward, taking out Hellbats right now, as Overseers are lacking behind a little bit. Now moving forward, another mine's going to hit. 2 more mines get the connections, as one will get taken out. Finally, the upgrades for Cure finish up.
I'm so afraid that Reynor just loses a fight to straight Marines. Because Marines destroy Hydras if the Hydras don't have anything in front. It's a very all or nothing approach. I think if Reynor wins the fight, he's going to destroy it. I think if he doesn't have enough, he's going to get completely destroyed by the Marines.
Does make this game a lot more exciting. I think the CC is going to die, isn't it?
Yep.
Stim the Marines. Too late. Simply too late. He could have stimmed. I think he actually would have gotten it if he had stimmed 3 seconds faster. Does not quite get it. Now there's a Hydra flank here coming to take out these medevacs. One will get blasted. These Marines are gonna get absolutely annihilated. Here comes another fight on the far right side at the same time. Not a single Baneling in sight at the moment. And it's just continuous Hydra link production for now.
I think Cure has a decent chance if he gets a good fight with mass Marine tank, where he just stands there and fights the Banelings, because there's not that many supply for enough Banelings and Links, which means that in a fight, if Cure just A moves, casters sometimes say that they're focus firing, but it's not focus firing, it's just A move, that he kills all the Banelings and then he's gonna destroy the fight still. Because it's too many Hydras. Usually if you want to play Link Bane Hydra against tanks, the maximum amount of Hydras you make is like 20. And that's the absolute maximum. Because after that, the Marines will just start shredding your army too much.
Interesting. Creep is being denied as well. As Marines now move forward just a little bit. Trying to see if they can shave off any Banes before the fight truly starts. Does feel like Cure is going for that one fight go approach. Of course, losing that fort base doesn't help him in his belief that he can go for a longer game. We'll still send out a double drop towards the top side. There's not a whole lot at that top side. So might get a base in the middle. Oh, here comes the big fight. Banelings moving forward. There's quite a few Marines, tanks in positions as well. I don't think Reynor can move up this ramp. And Reynor also doesn't think he can. Oh, lots of tanks here unsieging as they slowly but surely move forward. Are there any Vipers? No. Surely that has priority here over everything else, no?
Yeah, 100%. I think instead of Links, he should be making Lurkers and Vipers. Because the Zerglings won't help him too much in these engagements, and with the Lurkers, at the very least, he can hold a position properly. He even has so much money, he should already continue his upgrades, because he's an upgrade lead, or he had until this point, and Cure also is forgetting about 3-3 himself.
Once again, Cure moving forward here. Actually, it does start at 3-3 now. Feels like Reynor has a lot of tools to kind of stop this push, but isn't really utilizing them yet. Whether that's the Lurker or the Viper. The tank count is still growing. We're now up to 9. This is starting to feel actually a little bit dicey in a way. Flank needs to be good here out of Reynor. I don't think that is good enough. A couple of Hydras just get completely blasted. Here comes the main attack through the middle. Banelings will not quite get the connections with the Marines, but the tank count does get cleaned up, and there's enough money in the bank that Reynor can rebuild. The question now being, is there enough larva? There's 10 larva currently available. Do you rebuild Links? Do you rebuild Hydras? It seems that 11 Hydras and 40 Links is going to be the answer here, but the supplies are surprisingly close.
He needs to sack that base. Honestly, Cure is trying to go for the throat. I'm not sure Cure realizes how much of a bank Reynor has, but if he can pick off both of those bases, I think it's already going to be good for him. It's very important that Reynor realizes he does need to make the Vipers, and he also realized to save these Overlords. There were a lot of Overlords there at that exposed base. At the same time, he's now also going for the counterattack. Cure, though, already sieging a tank on his side of the map, and these Zerglings, we can't forget, do not have any melee upgrades. The Lings and the Banes will not trade as effectively against Cure's bio army. He simply doesn't have the correct set of upgrades. Now Cure is a little bit overexposed with a bunch of these Marines, so he can always try to make it harder for Cure to push forward with the Hydra upgrades that he has. But yeah, he needs Lurkers. He needs Lurkers and Vipers. He finally has realized it now. I would love to see him like double expand towards the top. Maybe even triple expand. Just take all of the hatcheries with the extra minerals that you have. And then try to get Lurker Viper out and start trading that way.
13 Lurkers are on the way right now. Adaptive Talents also has started. As the Vipers are basically fully loaded on energy. Another Ling run by Get sent out, but as you mentioned, this shouldn't be brilliant. Second mine shot, not quite going to get the connection either. So run by does get stopped. As Reynor now down in workers. Almost feel like that Cure could really just throw down 2-3 command centers, play a proper late game now.
He needs to start a Coast Academy. At the very least, he's super clumped up. Reynor is running into it. These Lurkers do not have their Burrow speed upgrade yet, but still, it's Cure's army mostly running. There's absolutely no ghosts here. And Cure is completely caught off guard here by Reynor. He wasn't even looking at his army. And this is just not the good army to fight into the Lurkers. It's a good position, though. He has a nice arc. Still loses most of his Marines, and overall a very good trade for Reynor.
That was a wild fight. For a second there, I started to believe that Cure might be capable of doing it, but there was a lot of supply not there to help out. Lurkers will survive. tanks will not survive. There are 2 factories, so reproduction can start. You know, it's not the slowest thing ever if you have 2 factories with tech labs. Liberator starting, which I personally really like. It's maybe not a great unit if Vipers are out. They get picked off easily, but they, you know, it's either going to be a tank or a Liberator, and then, you know, if they're going to use energy on something, then at least you're going to have 1 extra siege unit left over. So it basically counts as just another siege unit that might help you stay alive for a bit longer until your ghosts are out. Double drop at the same time moving towards the top side. So that's going to be the counter attack, similar to what Reynor has been trying when he was on the defensive. Now it's Cure's turn being on the defensive and counter attacking. He will be a little bit more successful than Reynor was, though, as he will be capable of taking out this top left side base. There's not a whole lot of gas left for Reynor. He needs to take extra extractors at this point, or he will not be capable of replacing any lurkers or even Vipers if he ends up losing them. Marines here need to be picked up, as these Banelings will chase away the drop, and overall I think the last 25 seconds have been positive for Cure.
Yeah, he's not picking up on the top left, so he wasn't paying attention, which is really nice for Reynor, but once again, he's cancelling both of the bases, and what you said there is true for quite a while. I think Reynor completely forgot that he doesn't have any melee upgrades. He doesn't even have Adrena. His Zerglings don't deal damage right now against +3 armored Marines. The Zerglings just, they don't do anything, so he needs to take extra gases and he needs to be very Lurker Hydra heavy if he wants to win this. And finally he starts +1 melee, but he's still way down in upgrades, gets one of the medevacs, which is huge, and he still has a bigger bank. But the thing is, his army will always be inferior for quite a while, just simply because of the upgrades. So it's very important that he at the very least takes more gases and goes into more tech heavy unit composition.
Yeah. At the same time, Cure also has the issue of his, well, I think this was his old 5th base, but now is technically his 4th base, not being a planetary. So moving out with the entire army is going to be quite risky, as run-bys will be really easy to pull off here for Reynor. Reynor, I think, also is aware of that it's an orbital. Yeah, so it could definitely utilize that. Cure has a drop on the right side, has nothing on the left side, really. Oh, I guess that one mine still got a 5 drone shot, which is always going to be nice. These lower eco games. I'm still surprised that Reynor isn't really taking that much extra gas. It feels like, as you said, for now, until the Adrenal, until +2, maybe +3 finishes up, I feel like all the damage needs to come out of Lurker Hydra.
Yeah. He's playing it as if this was a normal game, in which the correct choice is to go for a very Ling Bane heavy style. Because Cure doesn't have, like, he has tank Marine, but only a few Marines and then many Ghosts. So theoretically his army composition would be perfect. But the fact that he completely forgot about his melee upgrades, and he forgot about Adrenal, which he still doesn't know, by the way, which is also scary, should mean that he's playing a little bit differently. But yeah, Cure is going into full camping mode, so he's not going to get punished by it necessarily anytime soon.
Yeah. Nidus Network now coming down for Reynor. Has the 7 lurkers. I mean, praying for a Terran to not respond usually is not a terrible bet. But Cure so far has been quite good about it. No sensor tower in the main base though, so at least it's going to come unannounced if Reynor decides to throw the first one in the main base. Gold base here putting in some work for Cure as he's getting closer and closer to max out. Creep spread on the right side is fairly mediocre, as it seems to be going to be a pretty much split map scenario with, well, the 3 o'clock going towards Cure, while perhaps the 9 o'clock will go towards Reynor. Here comes the Nidus. Oh, I think Cure, nah, he's in time. He has 2 Liberators moving over, has a tank in the main base already as well. Liberators help out so much in this type of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Good engagement at the top for Reynor. Great Viper usage. The orbital once again is completely exposed, and some Zerglings have found their way into the orbital, where Cure is now counter-dropping with the medevacs. I'm not sure this is the play. He can try to take out the Hive, but all the tech is already down, and Reynor will most certainly be in time to save anything else. So he's trying to go for the Hive. He's not even going to get that. So very good moment for Reynor here. He's losing some Hydras and Lurkers on the end of this engagement. Even he forgot about the Vipers. Cure is not looking. Cure now finally realizes. Still just A-moving. Okay, now finally uses his snipe ability, and he's going to get the 3 Vipers.
Yeah, the Marines in the main base started pretty crazy against the Lynx, by the way. I'm not sure if you caught that, but no, Lynx without Adrenal, Lynx without any attack upgrades against, what was it, like 24 Marines with 3 medevacs above him. Did not go very well for the Lynx. Almost feels like Reynor is more all-in now than before, no?
Yeah, I mean, Reynor can still mine a lot, and Cure's army is just not in position at all to defend his mining bases. It's also no planetaries. Cure is sitting in between his natural and his 4th and 5th. But it's not really defending anything, to be honest. all the stuff that matters is exposed bases. He's not defending them. At the same time, he's denying mining on Reynor's side of the map with the Liberators. But that's being dealt with by Spore Crawlers. And Reynor now finds out about the, 5 o'clock base of Cure. And he deals with all of his aggression as well. So I still think it's looking quite good for the Italian. It's just, he even figured out that he didn't start Adrenal, which is very important. And once he starts +2 melee, I'm feeling even more confident in his position.
Yeah. Don't forget, though, a lot of his army is still just going to be links. It is 110 links, 20 Hydras, 5 Lurkers. That's not a lot of damage output here. There's almost no Banelings. There's very little Lurkers as well. If somehow, some way, Cure manages to force a fight with these compositions, Cure should be capable of winning it. I mean, he has 10 tanks. He has a bunch of Marines. He has a lot of Ghosts. Marines, if there are no Banelings or Lurkers, are absolutely phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he actually doesn't have medevacs. I'm not sure if he has literally 0 medevacs with his army. The only 2 medevacs that he has on the map are about to die in the top right to 2 abducts, or 1 abduct. Which means that, yeah, I really don't think Cure can move out. And that just means that Reynor is going to outmine him.
Much improved here. What's he doing? Bam!
Okay.
On the map he goes. This guy's mental.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a play, because he can't defend his expansions whenever he moves out. Like this, moving where he is right now is all good, but this is not really threatening any of Reynor's income. He has 7 drones there at the very exposed right side base, but he's now taking the left side base, which is the perfect call. And yeah, Cure just needs to camp for now, which is why I think Reynor really needs to keep up with his upgrades. Reynor also should really retake gases. He's once again not mining any gas, even if he doesn't want to make Hydras now. Justling Bane also requires some gas, so would be really nice. Zergling's getting caught on the top bottom right.
Oh.
And Cure still not producing medevacs, by the way.
Look at the Ghost flank here.
Now.
Ghost flanking links. When's the last time you saw that? But that's a very long time ago. Ooh, tanks in the middle are having not a great day, but also not the worst, honestly. Getting quite a few kills there. Viper will try and abduct one of those Liberators. Well, this army is out of position. There's no medevacs, really. There's no tank supporting this either. I think he could have just A-moved that, perhaps. And then the Marine Marauder Ghost would have cleared it. This still feels really scary for Reynor.
If he has Larva, I think he's fine. Yeah, he doesn't have Larva, though, so he's going to lose at the very least 1 base. I mean, honestly, not having medevacs is such a huge deal. You see these units, they're going to be low HP for a while. And every single stim matters so much. Like, Reynor can force a stim now. Honestly, this army is just super small from Cure. Like, this is not his entire army, obviously. Once again, both medevacs get abducted. It's just by units, without medevacs, without AoE. It's not even that good against +1 melee Zerglings, because yeah, it's just lacking the sophistication that Tasteless always talks about.
Why was there 7 tanks here defending this general area? What?
Yeah, that's where he had most of his army for the last like 10 minutes.
This is like you just lost 14 ghosts in the middle of the map where there was 4 tanks idling. Are you serious? This has been a kind of a sloppy game out of Cure. He's gonna go for another push. Still has a large army supply. There are 2 Vipers around. Where are they? They have some energy. One has a Blinding Cloud available. The other doesn't quite have it. There's still 9 tanks though. This is a significant amount of tanks, especially given how little Banelings there is. Like, I don't know. I still feel like that at any point Cure can just win a fight and then it's over. You know?
Yeah, he needs to win a fight pretty hard though. Like, he needs units left over. Because Reynor can still reinforce. And Reynor is max at this point. He also forgot Concussive, which is huge, by the way. Concussive really helps in those engagements, slowing down even just Links and Banes, which are going to get less hits in. But yeah, I think Reynor is just outmining him a little bit too hard. Like, basically, Reynor's job at this point is to kill his army one more time, and then he's done it. The question is, can he do it? He's going for it now. A lot of tanks are very exposed. Good Blinding Clouds coming in here. Has 2 more Blinding Clouds. 4 of the tanks can't shoot. It's once again not Cure's entire army because he's just split a little bit too hard. Defending the space, the general area between his natural and fourth, which is just not that helpful if the fights take place somewhere else. GG is called. Reynor with a reverse sweep.
Wow. What a gangster. That was very impressive. High tier, no?
A very high tier. Good series.
Good
Glad
series.
I got to cast the finals.
Yeah, me too. Very happy. Yeah, nice. Well, congrats to Reynor. Sucks to be Cure, I guess. Imagine staying up for 3 a.m. for this. I'd be pretty upset. It feels awful having to sleep after this, let me tell you. As a man that has lost so many series in his life in similar fashion, you know what's the worst is the American qualifiers, losing the first qualifier match, then waiting 4 hours for your second qualifier match in the loser bracket to go 0-2. This happened multiple times to me in my life.
That's rough.
Yeah, I think that feels worse than this, but this is pretty close. Like, the reverse sweep freaking hurts, man.
It does, but it's still $277. Like, this tournament actually is so much money.
Yeah, it's very
crazy.
nice.
It's way more than the ESL Open Cups.
Yeah.
This is actually, yeah, even second place is good. I mean, there's even a third place match.
Yeah, that's cool as well.
For-
Which, are we allowed to spoil that? Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Hero won it 2-1. People that still wanted to watch it in shambles.
It's $28 more, so
It's not insignificant. And also
Not
some points for the tournament.
they're both qualified easily.
Yeah, but maybe better seat, you know? You never know.
That's true, I guess.
Solar, if Solar would have won, he would have been seed 1, I think.
If they do it like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think seed 1 because Dark won the last edition, so he has a free
Ah,
slot basically.
gotcha.
So that might be even more important for the seeding.
Man, this KungFu Cup was freaking high tier. I can't believe they made this. Big shout out to them. Wow.
Big shout out to the Chinese community, the SC boy community,
Yeah,
and
SC
SC
boy
boy for making this happen.
High tier. Wait, I need to do another shout out. Yo2 rocks after gifting the 200 rupees and hearing you complain about the money. Now send me 4,000 rupees. It says, love your IODIS videos. Thank you, Yo2 rocks. Very kind of you. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate all your questions, unlike Lambo.
I appreciate them as well.
Yeah.
As long as there's money. I'm just kidding. It was a good question.
It was a good question. It was a good question. Lambo.
Yeah.
What do you think? I think it's a bit too late, honestly, for me.
Yeah, I think it's too much as well. But
Yeah.
we can tell them about tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can do it tomorrow.
I feel bad because Angrat has anonymized all the replays for me.
Well, thank you then.
Thank you, Angrat.
It's the thought
Okay.
that matters.
So for the people that don't know, that's still around here on YouTube, we were planning on casting the GSL games. Will we still do this group tomorrow then, or will we wait for
We
the
will
regular
do
group?
the new group.
We do a
tomorrow.
new group. Okay. So what we're going to be doing is, because of the GSL live watching experience is pretty mediocre with the chains and all, or either that or you have to go to Africa TV. We'll wait until the replay comes out. We'll have someone make sure that like we remain unspoiled the entire way through, and then we'll cast them after. Lambo will be streaming that on Twitch, so twitch.tv/LamboKing, right?
Yes.
Very nice. And I'll be streaming it over here on YouTube. So we'll just be casting those games. We'll go through the entire group at a pretty high pace. No commercial breaks in between, or hardly any. Maybe if there's a toilet break or something. And so yeah, if you wanna watch that. And otherwise, don't forget that in the morning it will also just be live on the GSL channel. I think it starts at 11 a.m. Central European time. Are you still streaming for the rest of the day or no?
No, absolutely not in this case. It's also important to note that this will be a spoiler-free. Like, we won't know the results going into this.
We won't know
And, like, you guys can obviously know the results, but if you know, please don't share it in the chat. Because it's going to be it's going to be a spoiler-free experience for people that want to watch it a little bit later. I know the GSL doesn't start at a perfect time for everybody, so if you spoil it in the chat, you are going to get banned.
Yeah.
There is no... at least in my chat, I'm not sure how you handle it, but it's going to be... No warning.
I'll be going over the VOD. Anyone that annoys me gets the permaban after. All right. So yeah. So that's gonna be tomorrow. And for now, you're still streaming a little bit, or you're completely done?
I'm completely done. I think I didn't eat yet, so.
Okay. Yeah.
get dinner.
Makes sense. Okay. Who are you gonna host? You're gonna up a tree, maybe.
Sure.
Okay. I'll send people over to up a tree as well. Manual raid.
Manual rate to upper tree.
Okay. I'll see you. Ciao, buddy.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right, that'll be it for me. Don't forget, my friends, Upper Tree right now is streaming live on Twitch. Go check it out if you care. And otherwise, I'll see all of you tomorrow with, hopefully, if the GSL replays come out in time, a GSL stream. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Is it just going to be a cast of Group C? It's going to be a cast of Group D tomorrow. Because that is what's being played tomorrow at 11:30. So that's Cure, Australia, Solar, and Ryang. Those are going to be the games that will be live casting. All right. That's it for me. And yeah, say hello to Apatry from me. And thank you all. Ciao, ciao.